and take the stage. Do your thing.
Okay, sure. All right.
Well, everybody, if you'd like to take your seats, we're going to get started. Wow, talk about a spotlight up here. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to 2026. One may say that it started with a bang, literally. I'm here from the government, and I'm here to help. Some of you recognize that quote from Ronald Reagan. You know, he said the 9 most dangerous words in the English language. And he also warned that the greatest threat to freedom is not tyranny announced, but control introduced gradually under the banner of public safety and good intentions. Sound familiar? So free people rarely lose their liberty all at once. They traded away one reasonable sounding policy at a time. And unfortunately, one reasonably sounding policy at a time seems to be the trademark for today. So whether it is fundamental truths that you're attending today, from silver surges to the so-called capture of Venezuela, there's been no shortage of developments this year already. And we're just we haven't even started yet, right? People are not even off of vacation. And I've been coining this year as the year of shifts. That's SHIFTS, but feel free to drop the F. It's going to be a rough year. And I think that's why events like today are so critically important, because the event title, Fundamental Truths, is not for just any reason. We don't expect you here to be comfortable, per se. We don't expect you here to agree on everything. And the reality is that's never been a prerequisite for truth. In fact, if history is anything, it's usually the opposite. So today, the truth has become very elusive, although it's often hidden in plain sight, and it's selectively framed, aggressively manipulated, and increasingly being rewritten, and or you're told simply just what you're going to believe. Institutions, narratives, our media, they all reward conformity, not clarity. Today is about re-anchoring ourselves to what is real, how we discern truth, and then how we communicate it to our friends, to our families, to our neighbors. And at the core of everything we are doing today, honestly, it's courage. You know, courage is very courageous. Contagious. Your courage helps other people to be courageous. So because searching for truth today is not merely just uncomfortable anymore, we see what's going on in the UK. We know that increasingly it carries professional, social, and personal risk. So thank you all for voluntarily showing up. We can go ahead and lock the doors now that we have them. At any point you do feel uncomfortable, or maybe your mind is getting a little stretched, please understand that's not a failure of the event. That is actually the precise point of today's activities. So that is going to bring me to our speakers. Today, you're going to hear from a number of individuals who are not here to sell comfort or consensus, but to challenge assumptions. People who will engage with ideas at the level of first principles rather than talking points. They come from different disciplines, different perspectives, but all share a commitment to intellectual honesty, rigor, and independent thinking. They're not here to tell you what to think. They are here to show you how they think and invite you into that process. After all the speakers have presented today, I will return to the stage to moderate a Q&A. So if you have questions for our speakers today, seek me out during the event this afternoon. Give me your questions and I will be sure to incorporate that into that session. With that, I am going to invite Miss Benita Penderson to the stage, who is going to be our amazing MC today. And speakers, don't be fooled by this pleasant demeanor and warm smile. She is recruiting reinforcements, if necessary, to get us off the stage. Thank you, Benita.
It's done. Thank you. And thank you. Nadine Wellwood, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Benita Peterson. It's a privilege to serve as your MC. I do have a request for you. Please mute your phones. We very much appreciate that. I love eliminating that potential distraction. Now, you don't necessarily have to turn them off, because if you want to take a photo without flash or a bit of video or even go live, we're allowing you to do that. And if you know someone who couldn't be here today that wishes they were here, they can watch live via the Facebook page of the Whistle Stop Cafe. So thank you, Chris Scott, for being here for that. So the recording of today's event will be available for you to watch afterwards, but please, at this time, either turn off your phones or mute them. Thank you. And now I invite Pastor Sean Ham to come up and open this event with a prayer.
How's everybody doing today? It's so great to see all you. I wore my favorite shirt today. As you can see, my Charlie Kirk Freedom shirt. I don't leave home without it. But how many know there's nothing more important than being here at the start of 2026? Jesus said, you will know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Amen? And so when we know the truth, then we know to stand in our convictions. And there's more for us than against us. Let me say that again. There's more for us than against us. Yesterday, I was driving my car, and this lady pulled up beside me at a stop sign, and she was smiling, and she had pink hair. And so my immediate thought was, she's a leftist that's making fun of me. And she rolled down her window, and she proceeded to say to me, I love your sticker that's on your car. And I have a sticker on my car that says, proud member of a small fringe minority with unacceptable views. But we're not a small fringe minority. We're not a small fringe minority. We are going to take this country back in Jesus' name. We are going to take this province back in Jesus' name. But it's going to require all of us. Just say it with me. It's going to require me. It's going to require your courage. Charlie Kirk said, courage requires one thing. Doesn't require your talent, doesn't require how good you are, doesn't require your background. Courage requires one thing, and that is your yes. All you have to say is yes, and we change this whole scenario. Amen? Amen. Would you guys stand to your feet as we pray and honor our Heavenly Father today? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you have given to us. This is the day that you have made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Lord, we thank you for Jason and Paula putting on this amazing event today. We pray your blessing upon them. Father, I pray for all the speakers that are speaking today. God, I ask that you would anoint each speaker. Lord, I pray that they would only speak the words that you would have them to speak today. Lord, I break any spiritual bondage that is over Alberta. I break any spiritual bondage that is over our city. I break any spiritual bondage that is over the nation of Canada today. We take a stand for our country, our province, and our city, and we say it belongs to Jesus Christ. Lord, today we stand in freedom. It is for freedom that you have set us free, that we no longer go back to bondage. Lord, we break the spirit of death that is in this country. We break the spirit of abortion and MAID and everything that is killing people in this country. We break the spirit of this identity crisis where people are searching for their identity and cutting off their parts and all this stuff that's going on. Lord, we pray that they'd find their identity in you, Jesus. And so, Lord, as we're here today, Lord, we are equipped. We are spiritual soldiers for the kingdom. And Lord, we stand in the authority that you've given to us today. And we thank you for all that you're going to do. And we praise you for it in Jesus' name. And if you agree with that, say a great big amen. Amen. Thank you very much. Would you welcome Benita back up to the stage?
Thank you very much, Sean, for that prayer. Our first speaker today is the host of this event, Jason Levine. Jason's presentation sets the tone for the entire day. He is an independent journalist and the host of The Levine Show, known for doing something increasingly rare in Canadian media, actually letting uncomfortable questions exist long enough to be answered. It's necessary. Jason covers constitutional issues, legal accountability, and public transparency, not by telling people what to think, but by insisting that we prove out our arguments. His opening remarks focus on a simple but radical idea that open conversations don't close doors, they open them. Jason, the floor is yours.
This is fun. All right, kind of a embarrassed oak, so we have to fix it. We'll start with the land acknowledgement. Just kidding. Hi, everybody. My name is Jason Levine, host of The Levine Show, independent journalist, and I'm absolutely honored that you guys came here to Red Deer to listen to what we have to say. We're not here to preach to you. We're here to share with you, and absolutely here to equip you for the rest of 2026 with information, arguments, and some hope. I am the husband or father of two, husband of one. We're gonna keep it that way. Be nice to Paula in the front there. I am a journalist, not by trade, not by training, but by calling. I had to do something, and this is my something. So all of you here today on this journey with me, I thank you very much for being here. I'm a nerd born in northern Manitoba, like right on the border. And it was Northwest Territories, and it's changed the name since, because I've been around that sun a few times now. And I never knew what my journey was going to be. I thought it was computers, technology. Anybody here old enough to remember the VIC-20? There we go. You're my people. Because that was the first computer I worked on. And my very first program was enter your name, and it would say, hello, insert name. Unless you put grandpa. And it would say, grandpa, I love you. And if you put dad, dad, I love you. But my dad being my dad, he put Joe. So I said, hi, Joe. And that was my first bug. I started to learn technology from that point on. The fundamental truth of journalism is what I'm here to share with you today. Open conversations opens doors. Now, we closed the doors. Kind of ironic we did that, one of the first steps we did, but it opens doors, and I'm glad you're all in here today. The true job of a journalist isn't to tell a narrative, share an agenda, or spread fear. It's to have honest stories and share them. Information, experiences, and that's what I'm going to share with you today. I've been blessed to have over 700 guests on my show over the last 3 years. I didn't know where to start. If you look at the very first episode, it literally is, Paula, is this thing live? I don't know. I think it is, and she's in the frame, and she ran. We've come a long ways because we now share a morning show together. And some of you are here for her. Who's this guy? But they're here for Paula. Clap if you're here for Paula. I never knew people would be so willing to say yes to come on and share their experiences. So anybody out there thinking about trying something like that, just do it. I may owe Nike $10 for using that little slogan, but just do it. It will happen. I've had the honor to speak to fighters, truth tellers, and sometimes whistleblowers. Some of the best people out there. Very brave and courageous. I've had experts on, leaders, and then regular folks like me and you. These are some of the best stories that are out there. Some of them are on the stage here today. So thank you all for being here today. They said yes right away, made long drives, even flew across this country to be here for you today. Dr. Jack Mintz is a new friend of mine. We had him on a show earlier this week, and I just put my socks back on because, wow, some of the things that he's going to share with you today is very important to understand and learn from, because without economics and an economy, it'll be pretty tough, from a nation all the way down to your kitchen table. My good friend Leighton Gray. My first encounter with him was when the Ingram decision came out. And I made a post online. And if you followed my stuff, I can be a little sharp. I can be a little conniving and a little bit rude. And that's exactly what I did to him. Who are you to tell me? Very next comment I got is, that's the lawyer from the Ingram case. I'm like, oh, that was some credentials right there. He was a good man, and the first thing he did was kind of called me out. He's like, you need to be a little bit more respectful. I'm like, absolutely, you're correct. So thank you, Leighton. Mia Hughes. It's a fun little story. Yeah, give her one. Yeah, she's awesome. Against my better judgment, she's wearing blue today. No, there's an inside joke to that one. But I was at the Unity conference, just kind of checking in and driving people around. And there was Maxime Ye checking into his hotel, and right behind him was this young lady. And I thought she was there helping him. And I was talking about the event I was going to with the JCCF, John Carpe. We'll talk about him in a second. And she was, oh, you going to that? I'm like, yeah. She's like, can I get a ride? I got one seat left. Fantastic, let's do that. We get to the event, we all have assigned tables. Who's sitting beside me? Mia. We're at the same table. And been really good friends ever since then. She pointed me to one of her interviews, and I drove up after that event on the Highway 2, and wow, we need more people like her out there. So thank you, Mia. You're absolutely going to love her speech. John Carpe made that event a success, and I love that man. I'm just a guy literally in the bush in a fifth wheel trailer trying to raise a family with a camera and a microphone. And during that event, he said, independent journalism is one of the most important things we have. And then he recognized me. I was in the middle of eating a strawberry dessert. I had no idea that was coming. John, thank you for making me feel welcome. Bathsheba Vandenberg, the first time I saw her was on the screen for the Public Order Emergency Commission. It's one of the first things I covered was the Public Order Emergency Commission. 12-hour days, giving commentary, building up an audience. And then, who's this? Someone that looks around my age in a very predominant position, asking questions of the government, holding people accountable, and doing what we all love to see happen. She went on to become Detective Helen Gruce's lawyer. She's part of the Mosley decision, which a liberal judge agreed the Emergency Act of Vocation was illegal. And she's working on appeal right now because, of course, the government appealed that. Bruce Party, by far a lot taller in person. I would say he's like a brother, but to be honest with you, because I'm honest, he's like an older brother. The one I never had, because I was the oldest of my clan. But Bruce, we've gotten to go very close together, very wise, and nothing feels better as a paralegal from Ontario than have Bruce Party say, you know what, Jason, that's a keen observation and you're correct. So if my teacher's watching, Bruce Party endorsed. John Buckley. A great man. He sacrificed a lot to give us the NCI. You may never fully understand what the natural citizens required from him and his family, but I can tell you it was a great sacrifice. When he takes that stage and talks to you, you can hear God coming through him. He doesn't really like to do this stuff, but here he is on stage again to share some of his experiences with you. I love you, Sean. Now, Sean would only be a curly-haired, fun guy with some law in his brain if it wasn't for Teresa. I've watched it behind the scenes, how the sausage is made at the NCI. Running back and forth with the audience, shush, turn off your phones, stop. But that's how we do it, to make sure it's a perfect event, that the guests and their testimonies are given, and the audience can hear every single important word. Sometimes you don't know who's behind the scenes making it happen. I can attest here, it's Teresa. Pastor Sean Ham. The first time I met him was in the hallway at the Lethbridge Courthouse as I was covering the Coots trial. He came straight up to me and he told me how he just finished visiting Chris Carbert, how much support he has, and how beautiful Chris's soul is. I knew right there we'd be friends. We've had a long journey. We've spent some time together. He's been on the show. And if you're looking for a man of God that will only speak the truth, speak to him. Benita Peterson. Nuclear powered. She's not battery powered. She's nuclear powered. There is something special about that woman. She can go and go. I've seen her pass the Energizer Bunny. That woman has all the power and the spirit you need. And I'm glad to see she's being recognized for that by winning the Spirit Award from the UCP at the AGM. Some of the great people that I've met, they're not here today. Some of them are elected officials. Save it for the next part. I can see you looking right now. But Premier Danielle Smith, Stockwell Day, Honorable Brian Peckford have all been on my show more than once now. And it is truly an honor to be able to reach out and have these conversations, especially live. We have had a lot of hard workers on our screen. Chris Barber, Pat King, Detective Helen Bruce will be on one day soon. And I'm sorry if I leave people out, because after 700, I'm bound to. But one in particular stands out. Dan Hartman. At 17 years old, his son Sean wanted to play hockey. And against his father's wishes, and without his father's permission necessary, he took the Pfizer shot. His mother found him dead beside his bed. Dan was driving to work or at work. He got a text, call immediately. It's important. As a father of two, it crushes me just thinking about the next words. And in his case, it's his only son, his only child to carry on his name. He's gone. That was the beginning of a journey for him. He's searching for the answers. He's searching for the justice. And he has the only wrongful death lawsuit against Pfizer. And it's here in Canada. He's going after the big fish because the big fish killed his son. There's a lot of really important people in my life that I can say I'm blessed because of the show and the work I'm doing there. Several are here today. I was running as a candidate for the PPC party. Chill. I heard it all. But very quick in my candidacy, I had one person stand up to me and say, Jason, you can do this. We need you to do this. Darlene Clark and Brian Clark are here today. Please stand up. Without these two people, I wouldn't have had a kitchen to talk to, place to invite people to, signatures on a form, even some money in the bank. They had the first sign put on their lawn for me. Darlene, Brian, thank you. Some people put their careers on the line in order to do the right thing. Just do the right thing. In the Edmonton Police Services, did you know they had a room in there called the shame room for anybody who didn't vax? They had to go there to eat lunch. Shame room. Police officers acting like 5-year-olds. There was one vaccinated police officer who stood up for them. Rick Abbott, can you stand up, please? He went down to Milk River to encourage people to keep doing things peacefully, legally, to do the right thing, without his uniform, without a police car. And for his troubles, they took away his uniform. So Rick, men like you, who stand up shoulder to shoulder with people like Detective Helen Cruz, gives me hope that even in law enforcement, there are some good ones. Nonsense, this next guy will say. Don't tell me that crap. I can't do his accent. But he's got one. We needed doctors to stand up for us. Very early. Some did. Very few did, but some did. Some were told to shut up, take a knee, save your business, save everything that you worked everything for. Even save your house. He said, nonsense. Don't talk to me like that. Dr. Roger Hodgkinson, can you please stand for us? And Nicole, I love your honey, and I'm looking forward to your dinner Sunday. She's another great woman behind a great man. But I'm a young father, and I've always wondered, what hill will I die on? What will I do in order to protect the future for my children? I always thought I would know. It would come to me when the time was right. What's my hill? It took this next gentleman 1,247 days of being locked away from his children for me to understand what Chris Carbett was doing for us. When I first heard the story, it was 400 and something days. I'm like, oh, he'll be out soon. I'm going to go to this next court thing, and he's going to come out. Then it was 500, 750, 1,000. Oddly, we had a little celebration because it was 1,000, but it wasn't a celebration without him. 8-week trial, some shenanigans, and we're not done. Chris, I love you. I'm so glad that you're here. So glad that you're getting your life back. And I look up to you. Please stand up. A 1,247 days being locked away from his family also meant 1,240 something days of Bible study. He's got the record in the detention center for the longest running Bible study. We love you, Chris. As a journalist, it's my job to tell the fundamental truths, especially when they're hard. Anybody can tell the good news with a smile. Cat rescued by fireman. But nobody will tell you the fireman threw him in the tree. Somebody's got to tell you the fundamental truth. And as my job, and I do take this seriously, and it's cost me supporters, friends, colleagues, influencers. One of the toughest things to do was to admit I'm running for the PPC. But all the good ones are still here, like Darlene, Chris, Rick, Dr. Hodgkinson, all our speakers. That's how you know who the good people are. Because I'm willing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. So I want to thank you all here that came here today. I made a couple phone calls to get you the weather, you know, the planes, all that kind of stuff. So I hope you enjoy it. Make sure you drive safe and enjoy the rest of the show, because you're about to have your minds blown, because it's time for some fundamental truth. Thank you very much.
Jason reminded us that truth begins with honest conversation. And our next presenter reminds us that truth also has arithmetic. In a few moments, you're going to hear from Dr. Jack Mintz. Not only has he written for the Financial Post, he's also been a professor in Queen's University Economics Department and professor of business economics at the University of Ontario. Jack Mintz is one of Canada's most respected economists and public policy scholars. When politicians speak vaguely about investments and fairness, Dr. Jack Mintz is the person quietly asking, with whose money? And at what cost? And for how long? He has advised governments in Canada and abroad, and his work consistently returns to a fundamental economic truth. Prosperity cannot be legislated into existence. It must be earned, sustained, and protected. Please help me welcome Dr. Jack Mintz.
I know you're just anticipating what I'm going to be talking about as I take this paper apart. Well, thank you very much for inviting me here today. I'm one of the people that actually flew across the country, as we now live back in Toronto, where both my kids and all my grandkids live. But I really am truly an Albertan. I was born and raised in Edmonton. I went to the University of Alberta and got my undergraduate degree before I went off to the rest of the world, basically, which included not just going to Ontario, but also to Great Britain, and through various activities that I've done around the world, which has included working with many governments with respect to public policies, particularly tax policies, that would improve their economy. In fact, I very much have a very particular point of view. I don't change that point of view for any particular type of party or government. They hear the same thing from me over and over again. And in fact, I have worked with every party in Canada, including the NDP and the Liberals and the Conservatives, and they hear the same thing from me. And it's my truth. Maybe I'm wrong on some things, but I do have a certain amount of truth that I think I believe in, but at least people are listening to that point of view, and many times they have taken it in their policies. But what I want to do today is really go back and talk about three important lessons in economic policy. The first one is scarcity. Now, there's a very well-known quote of Thomas Sowell in the United States that I think really captures the concept very well, in that the first lesson of economics is scarcity. And he said the first lesson of politics is to disregard the first lesson of economics. So I always thought it was very apropos. And of course, we see that particularly with a number of things, but I think the best example is with respect to deficit financing of government expenditure. And of course, when governments have to spend money, they have to have the resources to do it. And of course, the one way of doing it is raising taxes on the current population to pay for those things that are really a benefit to the current population. But of course, those are the voters. And governments know that they can get votes by providing the spending, but then shift the taxes to the future for voters later on that will have nothing to do with them getting elected today. And so you end up getting large deficits. And we saw that in the pandemic year when the federal government had a bigger deficit than all of the total government spending that it had in the previous year. In other words, the deficit was absolutely massive. And of course, some of that deficit was funded by the Bank of Canada that bought the government bonds and then issued treasury bills to the banking sector in Canada, which is called the creation of money. And of course, a lot of that spending was done during this pandemic in order to save the economy because people were told to stay home and not work because of the pandemic at that time. And of course, what happened is that you had a supply shock where all of a sudden the economy would contract because people were not going to be working. Or if they did work, they would do it online, et cetera, et cetera. But the main point is that there was a significant hit on the economy with respect to that particular pandemic. And of course, what happened is that people thought, well, we're getting all this money poured out by the federal government, but there is no cost to that. They're saving the economy. But of course, there was a cost to that. And that cost later on was something called inflation. And inflation came back roaring in Canada, hitting as high as 6-7% in the year 2022, which I know some of us, I was one of the economists that argued that we were going to get that bout of inflation, even though the Bank of Canada said in 2021, don't worry, prices won't be going up, but they did. And of course, they went a lot faster than the incomes of people. And today, what do people talk about? Affordability. Why? Because that record of inflation over those few years was more than the wage gains that they were getting. And so their budgets started getting squeezed. I'm going to come back to the affordability discussion a little bit later. But it's an example in which we forget that there is the concept of scarcity. How much money you have is that you can buy with. And you have to make decisions and trade-offs as a result of that. And that, I think, is one of the first lessons of economic policy. Now, the second lesson, which I think is really important, is the role of markets in allocating resources in the economy. And by that, I mean that markets, people, in terms of their behavior in the market, through their buying and selling of goods, based on the prices that they see, are making decisions about how to allocate their money, their scarce funds that they have. And in fact, there's a lot of decisions that each individual makes for their budget and how they should perform. And that's what you call the market system, or as what Adam Smith called, of course, the invisible hand. And I'm going to come back to this later on, but there's really a tremendous amount of information that's passed through the market system, through the pricing mechanism. So let me give an example. We're all talking about high beef prices lately. Well, a lot of that beef pricing right now is a result of not enough cows to cut. There's been a supply shock. Now, of course, there's ways of handling that. If you didn't have regulations that told you couldn't import cows from the United States, of course, you're going to make that supply shock harder. But if you have a free market, herds will eventually develop. There may be a period in which prices will stay up, but because those prices are high, suppliers say, oh, we should bring more to the market because there's money to be had and we can make some profits doing that. And then, of course, eventually those beef prices can go down. Now, some people also mark that there's not enough competition amongst the food processors or the meat processors. So that's actually one of the reasons why prices are high. Actually, I was looking at the numbers lately. They're actually the meat processors are actually doing not very well at all when you actually look at their financial results. But let's say they were making a lot of money. Well, again, the strength of the market is that if you see that there's good profits to be made in an industry, then you get entry. And that's what's called, that's the role of competition, which allows people to get to the lowest price possible. And so I think that is a very, very important aspect in which markets really provide a lot of information and achieve a lot without having the government doing it for you as a result. And I'm going to come back to that point later on because it's very important in terms of what I'm going to be talking about. And then the third lesson, which I think is really critical, is that governments that try to do central planning don't have information to run the economy. And in fact, I think Milton Friedman, famous University of Chicago professor, had a great quote once, which I'll repeat to you, that if you put the federal government in charge of the Sahara Desert, in 5 years' time, there'll be a shortage of sand. Now, we know that governments can flub, and I'm going to give you some examples later on. But there's been a significant change lately amongst economists when they talk about the role of government, where they believe now that government's role is to be partner with the private sector and lead the private sector. In fact, lately we call that nation building, in that we're going to have major projects where the government picks the projects that are going to be profitable, and those projects are going to spur Canada's economic growth in the future. Well, you can imagine my view of governments picking the projects rather than the market doing it. But I do think that there is a danger with state capitalism or any type of authoritarianism where people believe that, or the government believes that they have the knowledge to know what are the best industries to invest in, where are we best to put people, as opposed to letting the market figure out where to allocate the resources. And of course, governments don't have that information. And I reread Friedrich Hayek's book recently, which I hadn't read for 50 years, and the road to serfdom. But the point that he was making was with respect to both Stalin in the Soviet Union, as well as Hitler in Germany, that they thought they could control the economy and make those allocative decisions. And in fact, they couldn't. And they made a lot of mistakes. In fact, I worked with some of the countries that were in Eastern Europe after the fall of the Berlin Wall, and they were able to get out of the clutches of the Soviet Union. And of course, they were trying to shift right away to the market economy, but it was absolutely amazing about how they made decisions beforehand. You had a whole bunch of data that they would put together, and then they would figure out, well, you need so many shoes produced for the public, and we need to get so many articles of clothing and certain types of food available, et cetera, et cetera. And we know from all this data exactly what everybody needs. Well, you can imagine how that went. Didn't go very well at all. As the Soviet Union, they had empty shelves half the time. People couldn't get what they needed, because that's what the market does. It really allows you to kind of sort all that through. And in fact, lately, some people are saying, well, look at China. China is a authoritarian government, but they're able to get things done, and look how they've grown and how they've done better. But people forget their history, because if you go back to China after the Second World War, who was running China? I think his name was Mao Zedong. And do you remember the Great Leap Forward? That ended up being the Great Leap Backward. And he also had a few other schemes, but he was trying to control the economy too, but he didn't do very well. In fact, why China started to grow was not because it maintained its authoritarianism. Instead, it started shifting towards the market. It was called market socialism. There was still a lot of authoritarianism in their policy, because obviously the Communist Party of China wants to have control and doesn't like any threat to it. And and that's certainly true. But when they did switch to encouraging the market to make allocative decisions, China started to grow at that point. Of course, it also was later helped when it joined the WTO, and it could use the subsidies for certain sectors to dominate world trade in certain commodities. But the main point is that China didn't grow because it was authoritarian and it was centrally planning the economy. It was growing because it was reducing or reversing some of that control. Not all of it, but some of it. So it's a very different way of looking at it than the way people do. Now, today we have governments that do many things, and they're responsible for some public goods that are absolutely important: security, national defense, rule of law. Those things are absolutely critical. And also invest at times in large infrastructure that the private sector cannot undertake. Sometimes we get surprised later on the private sector is actually able to do it. But especially in less developed countries, sometimes the private sector is not strong enough to provide roads and highways and other types of infrastructure that could be very critical. And then, of course, today we have governments that are very busy taking money from some people and giving it to other people, which I think is called social policy and the social safety net. And I think many of us agree that we don't like to see people, without, poor and having a lot of difficulty. In fact, many of us give to charities to support people. But I think that we have to remember that governments can sometimes go overboard. And that's really what's happened over the past number of years, where redistribution has been so dominant that we end up getting a very large part of the population not paying personal income taxes, but getting significant benefits from the government. Of course, you know what that means, in terms of what they accomplish. And so we also know the governments provide healthcare lately, and education in Canada, pensions and healthcare. But it doesn't have to be the government providing it. What you can do is you can have a system where the private sector provides it, and where the government maybe protects certain people who can't afford certain things that they might need. But you can still have a very private system that operates the education system. You can have even when you look at the Asian countries, they don't have public pension systems. People save. In fact, if you look at the Asian countries and their savings rates, are very high because people know that they have to save money for their retirement, rather than thinking that the government's going to be providing the money for their retirement instead. But that's the way that we are operating in the Western world. And I think sometimes we need to look back and start asking questions about, do we need governments like in Canada that are now 42% of GDP, but maybe we could get by with a government that's a lot slimmer and a lot smaller, and letting the market actually operate to reallocate those decisions. So those are really my three lessons in terms of economic policy. One is we need the market to make a lot of those decisions. The price mechanism is critical to get the right allocation of resources. Competition adds a lot to how that can be achieved. And of course, we have to remember there's scarcity, and whatever you have available is what you can achieve. So let me finish up with the last few comments, and that is, I want to say something about the big topic today, which is affordability. It's true in the United States, it's true in Canada. People have been suffered in high prices as a result of the past 4 years of inflation. And now the problem is, of course, is that their incomes haven't kept up. In fact, the question is, what do we mean by affordability? Well, affordability means you have the income to buy what you need, or maybe what you want, I think might be the other word that you can say. Now, of course, if you have the income to get kind of your things that you definitely need, then you don't really have an affordability problem. But that also tells you something about Canada over the past decade, as we I've often written about myself, from 2015 on, we've had virtually no increase in per capita incomes once you account for inflation. And we've had a lost decade as a result. Per capita incomes have actually not kept up at all. In fact, the difference between us and the United States is even growing much bigger. Now today, the US has the average GDP per capita in the United States now is over 70,000 US, while in Canada it's around $49,000. In other words, Americans are almost 50% richer than we are today. That's a huge gap that's opened up in the past 10 years. And there's no reason why we can't do better in that sense. So what are the answers that people, well, the other aspect I think of affordability I want to mention is, is affordability with respect to what we want? Well, you can want huge amounts of money. You could be a millionaire and still not have everything you want to buy. I think it's more important what we mean by is affordability what you need, but then what is it that you need? And often that leads to a lot of people start identifying rights. You should have the right to healthcare, should have the right to food, should have the right to health, to shelter, etc. Which means that somebody has to make sure you have that right satisfied, that it's not something that's left to the individual to achieve, but instead that somebody else should be achieving it. And that's the viewpoint that's often adopted by those on the left side, by the more socialist view of achieving that. And of course, a good example of that we see now in New York with the election of the new mayor, Mamdani. What's his proposals? First of all, free buses. Now, free buses have been attempted in a few other places, like Helsinki, Belgium, and Kansas City. And the experiment didn't work very well. And this is where economics comes in. Why didn't it work well? Well, first of all, if you don't have any money being paid for fares, someone still has to pay for the cost of running that bus system. And that has to come out of the budget. And so what are you going to take out of the budget, or whose taxes are you going to raise in order to pay for free buses? But the other issue, and this is where economics comes in, when you give something free, more people are going to consume it. And that's what happens. The buses got more crowded. This particularly happened in Kansas City, where the buses became so crowded that in the end they said, this experiment is not working very well at all. Now, of course, if Madami had asked me, is this a good idea? I would have told him some of these consequences and said, how are you going to deal with this? Because obviously if people are still paying for going in the subway in New York, then obviously they're going to have a problem. If everyone starts saying, well, why should I pay on the subway? I can go take a bus instead for free. My bet is it's going to be a bit of a problem. What's another thing that he recommends? Something that he wants to do. Something that a lot of people have done around the world. In fact, there's many cities today in Canada. And he wants to put on stiffer rent control to deal with the housing crisis or the high prices of the affordability of housing. Well, I can tell you that if you talk to 90% of economists today, they'll all tell you rent control is a terrible idea. It does not work. And we have a whole history of that it does not work. And why? Because if landlords cannot recover the costs of providing housing, then obviously they're going to, sorry, I couldn't see that. Anyway, they can't afford doing it. And then finally, he's going to have free groceries. And of course, we've had some examples of that, like Sunfresh, Kansas City, and the Erie market, and the Baldwin market, one in Florida, all with the same problem. If you don't know how to run the business, it's going to end up being in a tragedy. And what happened is that either they had too much crime taking place, or the people didn't know the supply chains, and they couldn't run the bus. So I'm going to have to stop here, but let me just say that economics is very powerful. And what we need to do is harness the market. My view is not the socialist way of achieving affordability. My way is to try to get the incomes up so that people can afford what they like to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Jack Mintz. Let's give him an extra round of applause. Economics tells us what's possible. Law tells us who decides. This next presenter is a King's Counsel lawyer with decades of experience in constitutional law and Indigenous representation. He has worked inside the system long enough to see where good intentions drift into paternalism and where reconciliation rhetoric quietly replaces legal clarity. Our next presenter is Leighton Gray, and one of the things Leighton Gray argues is that genuine Indigenous government relationships must be built on the following: truth, consent, and constitutional reality, not slogans nor government micromanagement. How many of you agree with that? So please join me in welcoming Leighton Gray.
I am Indian number 37802704001. That's the first thing. That's a fundamental truth about me. Why is that important to you? Because the fundamental truth about your country, Canada, is that it's a segregated society. Did you know that? The oldest statute in Canada is the Indian Act of 1866. And it sets up a subclass of human beings. And to the government, even though I look like I'm trying to win a Mark Messier lookalike contest, to the government, I'm an Indian. Here's my card. There's my proof. That's who I am to our government in Ottawa. Why is this important? Because that statute is at the core of our country. And it's part of the sickness that's in our country. Because it sets up a statutory scheme for the otherness of the Indian. And this is a fundamental truth about Canada that we have to face. And people in Ottawa, among all the other stuff they're up to, they're not doing a very good job of managing this problem. But the Indian Act and the dysfunctional, I think we can all agree, we're in a dysfunctional relationship, Indians and Canada, right? But the question is why? It begs two questions. Number one, why does the government want to have a segregated society? That's question number one. But the other question that people don't ask enough is, why do the Indians want to keep this going? Because that's a fundamental truth about our country. In fact, a lot of what's happened over history, our history, is the government trying to reduce the number of Indians, and Indians mostly through litigation and government lobbying and guilt trips, trying to expand the number of people who are Indians. That sounds really strange, doesn't it? Right? Why would you want to be part of a segregated group? Well, I'm going to try to explain this for you and take you on a little bit of a journey to explain some fundamental truths about why, trying to answer those two questions, but I'm going to do it by referring to a couple of dead German guys. So let's talk about this otherness, okay? There was a philosopher, a theologian, the 20th century named Martin Buber. Many of you won't know that name. He lived in Germany. He was Jewish. He lived through part of the Hitler years. And then in 1938, he figured, okay, I should probably get out of this place, which he did. And he got out and he lived in the United States and he taught at universities until 1965. But he wrote a very, very important paper called the I, It, I, Thou synthesis. And what he said is that he talked about human relationships and also our relationship with the transcendent. Okay, so the I-it is, and those of you will identify with both of these as I describe this, because in all of our relationships, we find ourselves in situations like this. The I-it is where I'm in a relationship with somebody else, but I don't see them as a subject. They are an object. They are a thing. They are a means to my ends, right? And this is where we get into very dangerous ground. Because what we do then, we start to dehumanize human beings. And this is where great, great atrocities can happen. The most obvious example from the last century, if you think of the Nazis and the Jews, the Untermenschen, right? Again, a subclass of human beings. And using the auspices of law, they created that subclass, and then they were able to use the machinery of the state, the oppressive power of the state, the monopoly on violence of the state to carry out that agenda. So if I'm in an I-it relationship, I don't consider a person. I don't consider their wants. I don't consider their needs. Sort of like the way Alberta is in relationship to Ottawa, right? They don't care about us. Okay, they've got their own concerns. They've objectified us. And this is exactly the situation that Indigenous peoples, Indian peoples, First Nations, if you want to call them that, although that's a lie, are in relation to Ottawa. So that's the I-it. What Buber said, though, is that what we need to be is we need to be in relationship of I-thou. What is the I-thou? The I-thou is where you regard other people as subjects, as ends in themselves, as sentient beings with their own ideas, their own qualities, their own values, their own fundamental importance. In Jewish philosophy and in Christianity, we call this the imago Dei. We're made in the image of God, and therefore we have inherent value. And this is what Buber was talking about. But even in a secular sense, if you think about it, any type of productive, useful relationship, healthy relationship, is going to involve that, right? You have to think about other people as ends in themselves, as having the same value as you do, right? Christ phrased this in terms of loving your neighbor as yourself, right? That's the I-it, the I-thou. What we need to get to, and the reason why I mentioned Buber, is we need to get to a situation in Canada where we get out of the objectification of other human beings, and we need to get back to a place where we're actually seeing other human beings as having value. We respect people who disagree with us, where we actually get to the point where, heaven forbid, we love them. We love them more than power. We love them more than money. We love them even more than our country, right? So how does this apply to Indians? I'll explain. But before I get to that part, I've got to talk about the other German guy. He's dead too. In fact, he said that God was dead. His name was Friedrich Nietzsche. He was wrong about that. Nietzsche's dead. God's alive and he's here. But Nietzsche is a very interesting man. And he is an example of someone who actually lived something that we hear a lot of, about how there's a fine line between genius and madness. And Nietzsche was a brilliant man. He wrote some of the most profound things in philosophy and touching on law, but he battled drug addiction. He battled mental illness. And sadly, he died far too early, but he left behind some incredible writings. And one of them I'm going to share with you today applies very much to the Indigenous peoples of Canada. Who knows what a parable is? Okay. Yeah, if you read the Bible, you know Jesus was wont to talk in parables. The most famous one is probably the one about the prodigal son. But Nietzsche wrote a parable. It was called the parable of the tarantula. The parable is like a allegorical story. It speaks in metaphor, tries to teach something using symbolic language. So what's the parable of the tarantula? Well, Nietzsche was talking about power. He was talking in terms of how human beings use and destroy each other, right? The powerful and the powerless. You see where I'm going with this? So the tarantula in the parable is essentially, for Nietzsche, and I think today, is what we would call the political left, the liberals, the globalists, right? The ones who want to destroy 7/8 of the Earth's population and think that's a good idea. Those guys. The Marx Carney crowd. Yes, I said Marx Carney. So coming back to the parable, in the parable, you know, if you think of that spider, that big, hairy, venomous, hungry spider, that's the woke crowd. That's the people who want to control everything. They want to control our food supply. They want to take away healthy foods and medicines, like Mr. Buckley talks about. They want to take away our freedom. They want to take away our access to information. They want to take away our human agency. They want to take away our lives. They want to kill us. Dead. Dead, dead, dead. That's what they want. That's what the tarantula is. It's a killer. It's a predator. It's a spider. Captures victims and sucks the life out of them, leaving dross and dust. That's the spider. That's the killer. And where's the Indian stand up to this? Well, the Indian sees the glitter of the web and he wanders in there and he thinks, oh, this looks okay. And the spider, what does the spider say? Nietzsche says the spider comes to the victims, his victims, and says, come to me. I offer you equality. I offer you vengeance. You're a victim. You're not my victim. You're their victim. I will offer you. I have power. I have agency. You have none. You need me. You join up with me. Come into my web. I'll save you. I will give you retribution. I will give you equality. I will give you reparations. You will have power, but only through me. And then the victim is in the web. And what happens to, you all know this, what happens next? The tarantula comes, consumes the victim. Why? What does the spider want? What do they want? Money? No, they already have money. What are these guys after? You all know, tell me. Control and power. Yes, that's what the spider wants. The spider wants to grow bigger and fatter and hairier. And the more it consumes, the hungrier it gets. And the web grows, and the web is that control. So how does this work? Well, do y'all remember BLM? Yeah, we found out BLM was actually big luxury mansions. But the tarantula used those people, didn't they? And now BLM's a joke. Remember George Floyd? They erected statues of him. But what do people think about him now? He's used up. He's eaten, consumed. What about the transgender cult? Remember that? It's already sinking into our history, isn't it? Right? The left used them too. A small fraction of society seemed to control everything. I mean, we had a man in the Olympics beating up women and we gave him a gold medal. That's a tarantula at work, right? But the problem is, if there's going to be a spider, there has to be victims. And that's where the Indians are. And too many of them don't realize it. So I'm going to bring this down to the kind of street level, show you how this works. Right now, in Alberta, there's an Indian chief and his band who have filed a lawsuit against the government of Canada because they want to block the referendum that you people were signing up for today. Now, this sounds bizarre, doesn't it? Imagine if 40,000 of the richest people in Ottawa, imagine if the Ottawa government, the government of Canada, filed that suit. What would you say then? Then your reaction is different, right? See how the tarantula works? You know how many Indian people, I'm going to use that word. It's not like the N word yet, but I'm an Indian, so I'm going to exercise license here. How many Indian people do you think are living on reserve in Alberta today? Take a guess. Someone says 100,000. Higher or lower? Lower. It's less than 42,000 people. The province of Alberta, the population just crested 5 million. And less than 42,000 people want to tell us that we can't have a referendum on independence. What does that sound like? It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But you see, it's not the tarantula telling us that. It's the victim. It's the tarantula's emissary. And so we don't see it. We don't complain. And where do we focus our vilification? Where do we focus our anger? Who do we blame? Oh, those greedy Indians. They've always got their hands out. They always want more. We blame the fly in the web. We don't even look at the big, fat, ugly, hairy spider. And in the end, the Indian is the one who gets his blood sucked. He's the one who's turned to dust by the spider. So we don't see how this works. I'm going to leave you end off with a couple of anecdotes that illustrate this point. There's a man named Leslie Watney, very wise Indian man. And I want to tell you a little bit about him. He was born in 1928 in a one-room log cabin on a reserve in Saskatchewan, just like my great-grandfather was. And he endured a childhood of poverty and hardship. His education was his release, and he went on to become the first Aboriginal to practice law in Western Canada. He also served as the inaugural president of the National Indian Council in 1961. He came to prominence with his controversial 1971 book called Ruffled Feathers. Ruffled Feathers. Well, you should check this book out. And it argued for the end to the Canadian Indian Reserve System, which he believed trapped his people in poverty and despair. He wanted to get out of the web. He wanted to get out of the tarantula's clutches. He dreamed of a Canada where Indigenous people live side by side, like all other Canadians, in an I-thou relationship, not an I-it relationship, and ended the same rights and benefits. Such an argument for true racial equality put him at odds with the liberal elite of Canada's Native community, who still believe in a segregated race-based relationship between Indigenous people and the rest of Canada. And for telling the truth to power, Watney was ostracized from the Native political community and banned from his own reserve. He died in 2015, and adding insult to injury, his daughter is a prof at the University of Manitoba who has rejected everything her father fought for. Wanda Watney, I'll name her. Wanda Watney. She says that her father was wrong. He was delusional. So that's one side. The Indians want to keep this going. Now I'll end off with the other side. Our Prime Minister, Mark Carney. When the 1996 Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples attacked the legacy of residential schools, Mark Carney's father, who was a central figure in the operation of residential schools in this country, he penned a sharp critique. He pointed out that the schools were not jails despite frequent claims that students were there against their will. In fact, parents had to sign an application form to enroll their children in residential school. And he bristled at the lack of context in the report. And he's right, you should read it. He noted that schools performed a key social welfare function in caring for sick, dying, abandoned, and orphan children. My grandmother was raised in Indian residential school, and I would not have had a snowball's chance in hell of getting an education, let alone being a lawyer and having the privilege of standing here today if she had not gone to residential school. But in the midst of the last federal election campaign, Mark Carney, who's been in the hallowed halls of Harvard and Oxford and sips tea in Davos, he rejected all of his father's views. His father spent a lifetime in the residential school, but Mark Carney knows better. He says, I love my father, but I don't share those views. He says it's denialism and complicity. So what have I told you? I've told you there's a lot of problems. But to quote the late or the great Fred Flintstone to his neighbor, Weirdly Gruesome, no one that's half the battle. So we know the problem. So I just want to finish off with this thought. And that is one that I think is more inspiring. This is from Augustine of Hippo, who said, the truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Let it loose and it will defend itself. I hope I've loosed some upon you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that message, Leighton. A very, very powerful message. Our next topic is one that is especially emotionally charged. It's one of the most emotionally charged topics of our time, which makes it incredibly important to approach this topic carefully. We've chosen the perfect speaker to address this, and her name is Mia Hughes. She is a prominent thinker specializing in gender medicine, psychiatric epidemics, social contagion, and the intersection of trans rights with women's rights. Mia Hughes is director of GenSpect Canada and a senior fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. Mia's work focuses on child safeguarding, evidence-based medicine, and parental rights. How many appreciate that? Areas where emotion often outruns data and ideology often outruns ethics. She asks a question that used to be uncontroversial. What does the science actually say? And who bears responsibility when adults get it wrong? On the topic of exposing gender ideology, please welcome Mia Hughes.
I'm placed right. Is this a good height? Okay. Thank you everyone for being here today. Okay. How's that sound? Okay. For the last 6 years, I've been trying to alert Canadians to the medical scandal unfolding in our pediatric gender clinics, which is a difficult task because the truth is so extraordinary that it defies belief. Doctors in these clinics are treating a type of young person that contradicts all existing knowledge about child and adolescent development. They pump this fictional patient cohort with toxic, unproven drugs in the complete absence of scientific justification. And then they usher them into the operating theatre to have healthy body parts needlessly amputated. So I'm delighted to be here today in the only Canadian province that has made any attempt to shield young people from a field of medicine that has catastrophically lost its way. And I'm especially delighted to be taking part in an event with the theme of fundamental truths, because this is actually something I think about all the time when I'm reading the mainstream coverage of pediatric gender medicine, when I see the trans activist response to puberty blocker bans, and when I listen to practitioners in the field of gender affirming care, so-called, talk about their patients. Because everything they say is wrong, dangerously wrong, but they are completely incapable of seeing it. And that's because the entire field of pediatric gender medicine is built on faulty foundations. And basic logic tells us that when the first step in your reasoning is wrong, everything that follows will also be wrong. So now I'm going to share with you 3 fundamental truths that everyone involved in the scandal of pediatric gender medicine has either forgotten or is choosing to ignore. 3 fundamental truths that are the key to bringing an end to this scandal. Fundamental truth number 1, there is no such thing as a transgender child. Now, that's a simple but highly controversial statement, so let me explain. First of all, to state the obvious, it's not possible for a child to be born in the wrong body. That shouldn't need saying, but such is the time in which we live. And of course, it's not possible to have a girl brain in a boy body, or vice versa. This is absurd nonsense, and yet we somehow allow this to be taught to our children as if it's fact. But nonsensical political slogans aside, to believe in the existence of transgender children, you must believe 3 impossible things. First, you have to accept that a child, still young enough to believe in Santa and the Tooth Fairy, has a fully formed, stable identity, something that even most adults struggle to attain. I'm 47 and I still haven't found mine. You must believe that a child that lives in a world of fantasy and magic somehow knows with certainty who they are. Second, you must believe that a child can distinguish stereotypes from this deep inner identity, meaning that they can tell the difference between liking certain toys and clothes and having an authentic identity that somehow makes them a member of the opposite sex. And third, that this inner subjective identity is so important that it overrides biology and the material reality of the child's body. All that requires an enormous leap of faith. It requires that you reject all existing knowledge about childhood development, decades of high-quality, replicated, long-established research. And you must take this leap of faith because political activists demand it. These activists do not have any science to support their claim that transgender children exist. They have nothing but political slogans. The reality is every story of a trans child consists of nothing more than stereotypes. Little boys who like Barbies and princess gowns, or tomboys with short hair and a dislike of dresses. And yet, at the behest of a political movement that has no grounding in truth, we tell these innocent children that their likes and preferences mean they are members of the opposite sex. And because children have a great capacity for imagination and magical thinking, and because they trust the adults who are tasked to guide them safely through the world, these children believe it. Astonishingly, many people think it's harmless to lie to a little effeminate boy and tell him he's a girl, or tell a tomboy that she's really a boy. And on the surface, it may appear to be the compassionate thing to do to relieve the child's suffering, because after all, it's not easy to be different from your peers. But at some point in the future, these children collide with reality, and that reality is called puberty. It's quite easy to turn a little boy into a girl by putting him in a dress and giving him a girl's name, or vice versa, but the illusion becomes unsustainable once the hormones begin to surge. So now the child must be medicalized, the natural developmental stage of puberty blocked with potent endocrine disruptors, followed by powerful wrong sex hormones. Which brings me nicely to my next fundamental truth. Sip water. Fundamental truth number 2. Not a single adolescent is capable of consenting to the medical interventions on offer in pediatric gender clinics. The treatments euphemistically packaged as gender-affirming care involve drastic, irreversible interventions that have the potential to rob a young person of their health, fertility, sexual function, or future ability to breastfeed. No adolescent has the cognitive capacity to understand what that means. And crucially, the clinicians prescribing these interventions understand this perfectly well. In the leaked WPATH files, internal communications from the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, that Michael Schellenberger and I released last year, a leading Canadian pediatric endocrinologist admitted discussing fertility preservation with a 14-year-old is like, and I quote, talking to a blank wall. He also admitted that he sees significant regret about fertility loss in his patients when they reach adulthood. Now, I know this to be true because I, at 14, like so many other women, was that blank wall. All the way into my late 20s, I was adamant that I would never want children. And then at 30, it was as if someone flipped a switch inside me and I needed to have a baby right away. True story. And today, at 47, I'm the proud mother of 3 children. And they've brought more joy into my life than my teenage self ever could have imagined. This is a completely normal life trajectory. It's the reason we would never offer vasectomies or tubal ligation to adolescents, no matter how strenuously they may insist that they will never want to be parents. Everything we know about adolescent development tells us that this is a life stage defined by experimentation and change. It's a period of identity exploration where young people try on different selves, when beliefs are held with passionate conviction one day only to be discarded the next. And because we know that adolescents don't have fixed, stable identities, we should also know that permanent, irreversible medical interventions that imprint adolescent identities onto the body could never be appropriate or ethical. Fundamental truth number 3. Ideas, behaviors, and emotions are contagious. It has long been recognized that the messaging adolescents are exposed to as they come of age and find their identities is vitally important. Because humans are social creatures, we mimic the behaviors of those around us, absorb the emotions circulating through our social networks, and consciously or unconsciously shape our identities around the ideas and the people that we encounter in our lives. And no group in society is more malleable or more impressionable than adolescents. In the 1980s, there was a global contagion of bulimia, triggered by magazines and talk shows running stories, warning teenage girls and young women about this new and concerning eating disorder. Media coverage inadvertently caused the behavior to spread by planting the idea that it was possible to binge and purge into the fertile minds of millions of adolescent girls and young women under immense pressure to meet the era's expectations of thinness. Bulimia was the culture-bound syndrome of the 80s and 90s. Celebrities shared their battles with it, characters suffered from it in television shows, and every story sucked more girls and women into the epidemic. But that was the pre-internet era. In the digital age, social contagions are turbocharged. My favorite example, my favorite parallel to what we're witnessing today actually occurred recently in Germany, and it's the outbreak of TikTok tics. In 2019, German psychiatrists observed a sudden surge in adolescent girls presenting to clinics with abrupt onset Tourette-like symptoms, Tourette-like tics. This immediately raised alarm bells because Tourette's typically affects boys and starts in early childhood. This was an entirely new patient population. So researchers scrambled to find the trigger and quickly identified the index case. Adolescent girls with sudden onset Tourette-like symptoms began appearing in German clinics just 3 months after Jan Zimmerman, a young Tourette sufferer, launched a YouTube channel that exploded in popularity. The girls displayed the exact same symptoms as Jan, the same outbursts and the same catchphrases. The phenomenon soon migrated to TikTok, where it spread like wildfire. Researchers coined a new term for what they were observing: mass social media-induced illness, a modern iteration of the long-recognized phenomenon of mass sociogenic illness. So now let's go to 2014, when pediatric gender clinics across the Western world witnessed an eerily similar event. All of a sudden, those waiting rooms also began to fill with an entirely new patient cohort, adolescent girls, when historically the patient population, just like Tourette's, would have consisted predominantly of young boys. The surge was so sudden and the inflection point so obvious that in a sane era, clinicians would have scrambled to identify the trigger of what was clearly a social contagion. Instead, in the era of trans rights, no one even bothered to look. And just like TikTok tics, it wouldn't have taken much effort to find the answer. All it required was a glance at the cultural messaging of the time. Because 2014 was the year Laverne Cox appeared on the cover of Time magazine with the headline, "The Transgender Tipping Point, America's Next Civil Rights Frontier." And with that, the modern trans rights movement launched. Trans-identified celebrities were everywhere. Trans characters appeared in children's books and television shows. Trans influencers proliferated with astonishing speed online. Schools began teaching gender identity ideology as if it's scientific fact. And in a perfect storm scenario, smartphones and social media exploded in popularity at exactly the right moment, creating the ideal super spreading environment for this seductive idea to go viral. The message adolescents received was simple. If you hate your body, that could mean you're trans. And right on cue, legions of confused adolescents who hate their developing bodies started showing up at gender clinics, believing themselves to be trans. Just like TikTok tics, a mass social media-induced illness. Except on this occasion, instead of scrambling to contain the epidemic, doctors picked up their syringes and scalpels and set about permanently medicalizing the innocent youth caught up in this powerful cultural storm. And activists marched in the streets demanding that these young people be allowed to sacrifice their health, fertility, and body parts while swiftly demonizing anyone who dared point out the obvious parallels to social contagions of the past. Which brings me to my final point. I want to say something about those activists and all the people driving this scandal. When Premier Danielle Smith enacted laws to protect the youth of Alberta from this deeply unethical experiment, she faced a tsunami of fury from trans activists. An NDP MPP accused her of launching hateful attacks on trans kids. A union leader called the law cruelty disguised as policy. And a member of Canada's Senate said the legislation was unscientific and immoral and only designed to hurt these young people. Not a word of that is true, but yet those activists believe it with a ferocious passion because they are blinded by ideology and they have forgotten the three fundamental truths that I've shared today. They are the quintessential true believers. They live in a fictional world and they are fighting to protect a non-existent type of child from an imaginary enemy. Theirs is a moral quest of good versus evil, and they mistakenly believe themselves to be on the side of good. But this is not a story about good versus evil. It's a story about ideology versus reality. As Alexander Solzhenitsyn famously wrote, to do evil, a human being must first believe that what he is doing is good. Ideology, he warned us, is what gives evil doing its justification and gives the evildoer the steadfastness and moral certainty to carry it out. It is ideology that drives doctors to commit acts of evil beyond comprehension, to amputate the healthy breasts of teenage girls, to block the natural development of innocent children, and to rob young people of their fertility and sexual function before they can even comprehend what that means. When the Canadian Medical Association launched a legal challenge to Alberta's puberty blocker ban, its president dismissed the law as political interference, explaining, and I quote, that medicine is a calling and that doctors are compelled to care for and promote the well-being of patients. But that statement reveals the problem. The CMA remains blind to the scandal unfolding in plain sight, operating under the comforting illusion that good intentions alone are enough to protect patients from harm. Yet noble intentions are no safeguard against harm. History is littered with medical scandals, and at the center of each, there were well-intentioned doctors who left a trail of devastation in their quest to help patients. The doctors who prescribed thalidomide didn't do so with the intention of causing major birth defects. The obstetricians who sent expectant mothers for prenatal x-rays didn't deliberately set out to cause childhood leukemia. And the recovered memory therapists of the 1980s truly believed they were helping victims of child sex abuse when, guided by ideology, they implanted false memories of incest into the minds of hundreds of thousands of women, shattering families and destroying lives. There can be little doubt that pediatric gender medicine is destined to take its place in history alongside these medical catastrophes. Because the fundamental truths that make one thing unmistakably clear: not a single one of these kids is trans, and not a single one can grasp the lifelong consequences of these interventions. And if they cannot comprehend the consequences, then these treatments are not appropriate for a single young person, not one. So this means all that is required to end this scandal is to remember the fundamental truths that every one of us has always known, and to have the courage to speak them clearly, without apology, until they are heard. Thank you.
What an impactful message. I'm almost shivering. It's like I needed to hear that today. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a super awesome announcement for you, and it has to do with what's in this bag. There's $200 worth of wonderful gifts in this bag, including signed books. So, for example, Lies, Laws, and Liberties, signed by Leighton Gray. Oh, there's more. We have from Nadine Wellwood, Alberta Rising, a principled vision for a sovereign and free nation, and so much more. This bag is right full. Now, another highlight of what's in this bag is a signed poster of today's event signed by all the presenters. Everyone you just heard present, plus all that are going to present this afternoon. Isn't that a treasure to take home? Now, there's two ways to get this poster. One way to win this bag. So the way to win the poster and the books for free is to buy a ticket at the main entry door. Those tickets are $10. We're going to do the draw later. So get your ticket when we call for the break. Oh, we got a bonus book. Look at this. Oh, now I have to win. You guys can't win. This one has to be for me. I need to read this. George Orwell, 1984. We're adding that to the bag. And make sure you get all your relatives to read it. Now, how do you win this bag? You buy a ticket for $10 at the main entry table where you came in. There are two ways, though, to get this poster. If you win the bag, you get the poster for free. But the way to make sure you get the poster is just purchase it for $20. We had all our presenters sign a whole bunch of posters. There's a whole bunch available. I think there's about 20. Get them before they're gone. $20. A wonderful way to remember today. Take it home, put it in your photo album, put it in a frame, put it on your wall, because today's an important day. We're talking here about fundamental truths. So how about a round of applause for all our presenters thus far? We are now going to send you on a break, and you only get 18 minutes. That's all you get. 18 minutes, and you got to be back in your seats in 17 and a half minutes. So make sure you check out all the vendors at the back of the room, including Natural Health Product Protection Association. That's the NHPPA.org with Sean Buckley. He's one of our exhibitors today. You can also see the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms table at the back there. They've got the big, beautiful banner that reads, "We defend freedom in Canada." So make sure you stop at the JCCF table. Plenty of brochures there and more. We've got Kevin Schultes here with the Trumpet app. It's about running awareness campaigns and election campaigns and so much more. If you want to sell anybody on any idea, well, then you're going to need an app like that with data collection and data management. We have Brooke Treadwell here from Tellolicious from Brazos County, and there's some skincare products there, natural skincare products. We have the Experimenter from Rocky Mountain House, does massage and vibrational therapies in the privacy and comfort of your own home. Audrey Lynn serves from Red Deer 2, Rocky Mountain House. We also have an organization here called Wellness Beyond the Corporate Canada, finding true well-being outside the corporate grind. There's essential oils there and more. We have representation today from Backwoods Bounty from Winfield, Goodness from Nature, beeswax food wraps, they're better than plastic, as well as natural cooking tallow. So check out the Backwoods Bounty from Winfield booth over there. Jeff Willerton here is here with his book. It's called Fix Canada. And you can pick up his book for $20. I have a hunch his book might also be in here. And so if you buy a ticket, you very well might win his book for free. Let me see. Oh, yes, his book is in here. So if you buy that ticket, you could win it for free. But to make sure you've got it, buy it for $20. The People's Party of Canada is represented here today. And the rep that we have here from the PPC is Bev. So you can have a chat with her if you like. We also have the Veterans for Freedom
have set up a table with various resources on it, some reading material about the Alberta Pension Plan, Alberta Independence, and more. Lisa Patet with Inside Out Wellness is here. She's a regenerative health practitioner. She does live and dry blood analysis, and today she'll be doing rapid vitamin D testing, quantum magnetic body scans, and epigenetic hair mapping. She's even offering an option here for frequency treatment. So that's available at the back on the Your Far Right. You're far right over there. And next to her is Serafini Books. What's special about Serafini Books is they have classics and fine editions. So you can see some of their beautiful books available at the Serafini Books table there. They also have a store in Calgary. Special thanks also goes out to This and That Used Treasures and Here and There from Drayton Valley. I'm your MC, Benita Peterson. I have a Facebook page called Alberta Independence Movement. I hope you visit it. And you now have 14 minutes for your break. Oh, 13 and a half minutes for your break. So go get a coffee, go use the restroom, whatever you need. You have 13 and a half minutes. Boy, time sure flies. Tell you what, I'll give you 5 minutes to get to your seats. 5 minutes, folks. You got 5 minutes to get back to your seats, and then we'll start the program. You are going to want to hear from. Make your way back to your seats. Big thanks, by the way, to all the supporters of the event. We really appreciate everybody who comes and buys tickets and helps to sell tickets and promotes and sets up an exhibitor table. And we also appreciate the team from an organization known as stayfreealberta.com. Are any of you familiar with them? stayfreealberta.com. And there's a whole bunch of canvassers from stayfreealberta.com in the lobby. And they're promoting a concept, the concept of Alberta independence, the concept of a referendum on that topic. Just curious to know, how many in this audience support that concept as well? Oh, wow. Has anybody here signed the petition already? Some have. Are there some you intend to sign the petition by mid-April? Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So you may get opportunity to sign it today, but last I checked, that line is still long. So you're better off hanging out in here listening to our presenters and signing either later in the day or another day. Now, this next part of the program is very rich in what you're going to be learning about. We're going to be learning from John Carpe, Bathsheba Vandenberg, Bruce Party, Sean Buckley, Nadine Wellwood is part of the program. Plus, we'll hear from Teresa Buckley. And actually, one of the things I encourage when you're taking in a program like this is it is sometimes a good idea to take notes. I mean, I know you can watch the recording afterwards. We're on a couple of different streams. Christopher Scott's stream. We're also at the Whistle Stop Cafe stream. So you can watch the recording after, but it's really good to take those notes. Thanks again to all our exhibitors. One of the ones that I just want to highlight a little extra here for you is Natural Health Product Protection Association, nhpp.org, with Sean Buckley. And that's the one by the main entrance you want to check out. But make sure you check out all of them. So when this next section is done and you're on your way out, take the long way out. Go that way and check out every exhibitor before you go. They each have a business card or something to give you. So make sure you check them out. So welcome back, everyone. And if you did happen to turn on your phones over the break, check your messages. I ask now that you either mute them or you turn them off. And thank you, by the way, so much for respecting that. We really appreciate being able to hear our presenters without disruption. So thank you again. So either mute those phones or turn them off. And again, if you didn't pick up my name earlier, it's Benita Peterson. I have a Facebook page called Alberta Independence Movement, which at some point I think you should check out as well. So thank you. Now, we're going to hear from a presenter, and he's going to be talking some about defending charter freedoms. We've spoken today about biology, economics, and Indigenous governance. And now we turn to the document that is supposed to protect all of us when power expands too far, the Constitution. John Carpe is the president of the Justice Centre for Constitutional Freedoms and one of Canada's most active constitutional litigators. The Justice Centre for Constitutional Freedoms is also known as the JCCF. John has spent years in the courtrooms reminding governments that rights are not permission and that emergencies do not suspend the rule of law. How many agree with that? John Carpe joins us today to discuss what happens when charter freedoms exist on paper, but not always in practice. Please welcome from the JCCF, John Carpe. He was right there. Oh, you're
Thank you. Thanks
Do you want
for
the mic out
introduction.
from the thing?
I'll pull it out myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be good. Well, thank you, Benita, for the introduction. Thank you, Jason, for inviting me to be with you this afternoon. It's a great honor. And most of all, I want to thank each and every person here. One of my favorite sayings is from Edmund Burke: the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. And you being here this morning, you are good people and you're not doing nothing. And so you're standing in the way of the triumph of evil. So God bless you and keep that up. There's an old French proverb. It kind of lines up with the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. There's an old French proverb that says, if you don't do politics, then politics will be done unto you. And that also aligns with something from about 2,500 years ago in Plato's Republic. The idea was put forward, and this is not an exact quote, but the gist of it is, those who refuse to engage in the democratic process are destined to suffer the fate of being governed by their inferiors. And this is so true. If people who love truth and justice and freedom decide to withdraw and pull out and not participate, you're just leaving the door wide open for people who might not love truth and justice and freedom as much as you do to take power and to win at the federal and provincial and municipal and school board levels. And so those three align. The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Politics, if you don't do politics, politics will be done unto you. And those who refuse to engage will suffer the fate of being governed by their inferiors. So this is a great way. Kudos to Jason and the organizers for starting off 2026 with this conference. Big round of applause for Jason and all the good people to put this together. Some phenomenal people were introduced by Jason this morning. I want to add one more freedom fighter worthy of introduction. We've got a problem in Canada with the law societies and the colleges of physicians and surgeons and all these regulatory bodies that are censoring professionals and promoting woke totalitarian ideology of equity, diversity, inclusion. And it's not an easy thing for any lawyer to stand up to the law society in his or her province, because that law society has the power, like a tarantula, to take away your license to earn a living. And we have a very courageous person with us today who is actually suing the Law Society of Alberta. Big round of applause for Roger Song. Roger, stand up, please. So Roger, this court action is funded by the Justice Center. One of the lawyers in our network is representing Roger. It's a trial. We're now on to the Alberta Court of Appeal. So today I'm going to talk about the bad news, the good news, and the action plan. The bad news would actually take several hours to do a comprehensive review. We're not going there, but I'll just touch on a few points, kind of like the tip of the iceberg. Currently before Parliament, we have 3 bills, which, if a 4th bill, the reintroduction of the Online Harms Act, is added, can very quickly turn Canada into a police state. We're not that far away from it right now. We're in very serious danger. We've got before Parliament Bill C2, the Strong Borders Act. It should be called the Strong Surveillance Act. It's a horrible piece of legislation that, among other things, creates the Authorized Access to Information Act, which would empower hundreds, if not thousands, of federal government officials to go after privacy and to demand subscriber data from companies. We got Bill C8, which, if passed, would actually give the federal government the power to kick Canadians off the internet without warning, without a trial. We got Bill C9, which not only threatens religious freedom, but is going to open the door to becoming more like the United Kingdom, where over 30 people a day are criminally charged over their Facebook commentary. And Bill C9, the so-called Combating Hate Act, would remove a current thing that's in place currently for a hate speech prosecution to advance. It needs the permission of the Attorney General, the Justice Minister. Bill C9 would get rid of that requirement and leave it up to local police, local Crown prosecutors to have the full discretion to prosecute. So Bill C9 is a serious threat to free expression. Then we've got already in place the Online Streaming Act, C11, which actually gives the CRTC, the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, gives them authority over the internet as broadcasting. That's already a law on the books since 2023. We've got the Online News Act, which was supposed to help Canadian journalism, but ended up reducing the viewership, and Canadians can no longer use Facebook and other social media to forward news links to each other. That's already on the books for the past 2 years. Then we have the threat of the Online Harms Act, which thankfully died with the April 2025 election. But the Online Harms Act would empower the Canadian Human Rights Commission to do new prosecutions against people over non-criminal offensive speech. It would create a digital safety commission to enforce regulations passed by the federal cabinet without input from Parliament to censor the internet. Would also empower judges to lock you up or to place you under house arrest with an ankle bracelet, even if you've not been charged with or convicted of any crime. So that's the Online Harms Act. They're threatening to bring that back. We've got a problem with woke transgender ideology that has infiltrated all the establishments. Mia did a superb, fantastic presentation on that, so don't need to go into that. But it is a problem. We've got a divisive, racist orientation where people actually believe in that your ancestry, your ethnicity, your descent, your race should determine your legal rights and freedoms. It's a sick, perverted, twisted doctrine, but it's gaining ground currently. We had the Cowichan decision in British Columbia where it put into jeopardy the land titles, property rights of homeowners in Richmond. And then last but not least, we've got a serious problem with the judiciary. I wrote a book about it, Corrupted by Fear. I've got copies there at the back. I think I've got a dozen or so left that I brought with me from Calgary this morning. Corrupted by Fear goes through how some Canadian judges wrote the media narrative into their court rulings, totally unsupported by evidence placed before the court, which is a very serious problem. So Corrupted by Fear includes the judiciary, but also the other establishments, the media, where the fear-mongering in 2020 really took over to a very sick and very dangerous extent. I'll stop with the bad news there. That's enough. That's just the tip of the iceberg. The good news is Canadians are fighting back. The good news is there are more Canadians today who are awake and alert and active than what was the case in 2019. So the next waves of assaults on our charter rights and freedoms, whether they're done in the name of a scary virus or whether they're done to save us from the climate holocaust and burning into a crisp, whatever. Remember, politicians never take away our rights and freedoms without offering a nice sounding pretext. Never. It's always about safety. We got to protect you from hatred and protect you from misinformation and disinformation and protect you from terrorists, protect you from a virus. We got to do this to protect our national security, right? There's always a nice sounding pretext, but I think there are more Canadians that are awake and alert to these false pretexts than what was the case 6 years ago when the so-called the 2 weeks to flat curve were first imposed on us 6 years ago. And this is good news because tyrants need slaves and slaves look to tyrants. And a tyrant cannot exert tyranny over a population of free, independent people who think and who assume responsibility for their lives. Tyrants need people with a slave-like mentality. And these people do exist. We saw this, we've seen it historically. We saw this in Germany in the 20s and 30s, where there are people who actually want the government to tell them what to think and how to believe and how to live their lives, et cetera, et cetera. Some people, they have that slave mindset and they want the tyrant to run their lives. And, we saw that same mindset, sadly, some of our brothers and sisters and neighbors and colleagues, people that we had gone to church with, that same mentality of wanting the tyrant to tell them how to think and what to believe and how to live their lives. So tyrants look to slaves, slaves look to tyrants. But the good news is that there are more Canadians today than 6 years ago who are awake and alert and assuming responsibilities. One thing that's always encouraged me when I see how dark the times are, and things might get worse before they get better. I had the good fortune, the privilege of being in Poland at Christmas time, 1987. And this was when Gorbachev was in power. He was talking about glasnost, which was openness, perestroika, the transformation. And I don't speak Polish, but my Polish friends, they spoke English, they interpreted for me. And the people that I spoke with, they all said, think about this, December 1987, okay? They said, nothing has changed, nothing can change, nothing will change. The people who are in power are too powerful. The status quo is rewarding and benefiting people. They're not going to let go of their power and perks and privileges. Nothing has changed. Nothing can change. Nothing will change. That was what I heard from people in Poland, Christmas 1987. Less than 2 years later, there's free elections in Poland. The Berlin Wall had fallen, and there is freedom and democracy in Poland, less than 2 years later. So, why? Because there were people, including Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher and Pope John Paul II, and millions of people in Poland, millions of people behind the Iron Curtain that were speaking truth to power and that were persevering. And so, action plan. We have to change the culture. Culture, when I talk about the culture, I'm not necessarily talking about, the opera and the ballet or 17th century French literature. I'm talking about the dominant, prevailing attitudes and beliefs of people. That is the culture. It's the prevailing beliefs. Culture is incredibly powerful. Law follows politics. Politics follows culture. An example of this, many of you will remember the 80s, the 70s. Some of you will remember the 60s and the 50s. We didn't have the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms had not yet been added to our Constitution. And yet everybody knew. So there's no charter setting out your rights specifically on paper. Everybody knew that a man is innocent until proven guilty. A man has a right to, an accused person has a right to a fair trial. And an accused person has a right to remain silent so that you cannot have police extracting a false confession out of you through torture. These were completely embedded into our legal system. Every lawyer, every judge, every person knew this and understood this. And so without Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, you had good, decent protection for the rights of somebody who's criminally accused. That's an example of culture. But we Canadians, not necessarily people in this room so much, but as a country, we have abdicated our responsibility to teach ourselves and to teach our children, our grandchildren, about the free society, why it's worth preserving, why it's worth defending. We have allowed government to take over more and more of our lives and to decide on education and healthcare and to look after widows and orphans, all of these things that government has taken over. But the government that can do everything for you is the government that can take everything from you. And the government that knows everything about you is the government that can take everything away from you. So we need to work on that culture. Things are not going to get better in the next few days or weeks or months. This is going to take years and decades. We have to transform our culture and we have to take back responsibility. And that's hard. It's very easy to give up the 9 to 3 babysitting service that our tax dollars provide and to assume responsibility for educating our children, our grandchildren. When government takes it over, you lose that control. So we decided, collectively as a country that the government's going to run healthcare. And maybe initially it didn't produce terrible results. But we see now, for example, the Delta Hospice Society in British Columbia wants to provide palliative care for people who don't want to commit suicide. They want palliative care. They want their suffering alleviated before they die. And the BC government says, you have to offer assisted suicide. I don't talk about MAID. It's a misleading term. It's assisted suicide. You have to offer it. They refused. The government took it over. And now you've got assisted suicide being pushed on people all the time. I keep on hearing, Justice Center we've got one of our researchers on it right now. We're releasing a report about assisted suicide in Canada that's going to be released later this month. But there's an example. If you let the government run it, they're not going to do a good job. So we have a long ways to go in reclaiming the culture and educating ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren. But that is the effort that does pay off. When we change the culture, that's going to trickle up to the lawyers, the police, the prosecutors, the judges, the doctors, the medical establishment, the legal establishment, the universities. So we have to change and transform the culture. And that is, it's a lot of thankless work and a lot of it not particularly interesting or thrilling. And, most of it quite thankless, but it's just a lot of hard work to transform our culture. But that's what we have to do. And we do that through, for example, conferences and events like this. We do that through being active in the democratic process at all of the levels. So, in closing, I want to encourage everybody to cultivate and to practice two virtues. The virtue of courage, to speak truth to power. Keep on practicing that. Don't be intimidated by the calling. Perhaps I'm preaching to the converted, but you know that if you speak truth, you're going to be subjected to the name calling, and they're going to say that you are one or more of racist, misogynist, homophobic, transphobic, anti-science, and all the name callings there. But when you get called names, take that as a sign of encouragement, because it means that the other side does not have an intelligent argument to match yours. So don't be intimidated by the name calling. Keep on speaking truth to power, and that is to practice courage. The second one, just as important, is perseverance. We're not going to turn things around in the next few days or weeks or months. It's going to take years and decades. So we need that. What the enemy, and in every sense of the word, the political, the cultural, the spiritual, the enemy wants you to give up and quit. The most powerful tool that the enemy has is discouragement. So cultivate that virtue of perseverance to keep on going. And even if things get worse before they get better, we're going to win in the end. As Leighton Gray said, if you unleash truth, truth is like a lion. It goes out and it pounces and it kills the lies. So when you speak truth, you unleash power, and truth is like a lion that goes about. And so we are going to transform our culture, because truth always vanquishes the lie, because in the long run, freedom will prevail over tyranny, and because justice will crush injustice. And we are Canadians, and we know that quitters never win and winners never quit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very powerful message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Our next presenter is an international human rights lawyer with experience not only across the Americas, but across Africa, Europe, and Asia. She has worked in conflict zones, fragile states, and post-conflict societies, and brings us a rather sobering reminder. The erosion of rights rarely announces itself as tyranny. It often arrives disguised as safety, compassion, or efficiency. On the topic of global human rights, please welcome Bathsheba Vandenberg.
today. Thank you. Well, that sure didn't sound like me. I'm just from Red Deer. Yeah. Right. Well, the last place I lived before I moved overseas was Ottawa, of all places. And it is a beautiful city. You know, it just has some problems over there. I left the country so I could learn about the country. That's sometimes the best thing to do because we're not educated very well in Canada about our history here. And as a result, we have lost a sense of Canadian identity and what our values are. And the country that I came back to in 2021 was not the country that I had left in 2006. And when I came back, I saw that the writing was on the wall in terms of complete deterioration of our rule of law and the values that we have had as Canadians, and some of us still do cherish. So I am not very accustomed anymore to talking about global human rights because I'm fighting for human rights here locally in Canada, and the Canadian legal system doesn't take a very kind approach to international human rights law. So I just kind of wanted to start off with giving a little bit of a history of human rights. It's kind of like a going back to basics. Where do they come from? What does it mean? Well, human rights is all about human dignity, and we've heard that word spoken several times by the speakers today. And it's a fundamental principle of democracy. It is inextricably linked to the rule of law. And I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with the Magna Carta, and I had some intimate familiarity with the Magna Carta about a month ago. I found myself in Salisbury, United Kingdom, wondering what to do on a weekend. And I discovered that one of the last of the 4 surviving copies of the Magna Carta was at the Salisbury Cathedral. So I took it upon myself to buy myself a ticket to the museum, and I looked at the original Magna Carta written in Latin on sheepskin. And there was a little museum there that sort of detailed what the clauses were and did a bit of analysis. And what I discovered was that the largest portion of clauses are dedicated to the protection of private property, right? We definitely have a lack of that here in Canada. And the second largest portion was dedicated to justice, right? So we have sections for the first time written into English law, if you like, of the rule of law as a concept that it's not the law by the king, that no one is above the law, that there will be due process, trial by witness. And so the Magna Carta was a huge influence to our legal system as we know it today. And how that sort of the background, a bit of the background to why the Magna Carta came into existence is because people were being heavily taxed and to fund King John's wars in France. And they're saying, enough of that, that's our property, our money, and we want rule of law and fair treatment. I think that we can agree that those are the things that we still want today, but that the principles of the Magna Carta are very much lost. So the Magna Carta was in 1215, very long time ago, over 700 years ago. And then we move forward to the 18th century. And there we have the American Declaration of Independence, which, as we know, was also inspired by the Magna Carta. Then we have the 19th century, where we have the abolition of slavery. We also have the right to vote in the United Kingdom for all men. And I will talk about that later on, because we often focus on the right of voting for women. And what's lost in all that is that men had a very huge fight to actually vote as well, because it had a lot to do with if you were the right class, if you had property, there was all sorts of restrictions and not every man could vote. Also, a lot of labor law rights were introduced in the 19th century. And humanitarian law principles, which ironically were sponsored by Russia. So we have several humanitarian laws say that were actually sponsored by Russia, starting off with the Hague regulations in the late 19th century. Okay, then we fast forward to what we think is, and if you Google, you know, the history of human rights, they'll start off with the 1948 United Nations Human Rights Declaration, as if that's where human rights start. Well, that's not where human rights starts. And that's actually, I would say now, based on everything that's going on, my assessment is that it's a very negative, restrictive starting point, because it starts with states defining human rights, is where we have the states defining human rights instead of people defining human rights. So when we look at human rights, so where do they really come from? Well, they come from religious texts. They come from what we believe are our fundamental human rights, because they are God-given rights. And I'm just going to discuss a little bit of Jewish law, Christianity, and Islam. These are our three very, well-known monotheistic religions. There's also Zoroastrianism. There's also some others out there. I'm going to focus on those three. And in Jewish law, the focus is on rights and obligations. So it's not about entitlements. And what we see now in Canadian human rights is we see this perversion of human rights where it's all about, well, I'm entitled to this. And we forget about our responsibilities. And freedom of speech is protected in the Jewish religious text, where in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, it says, "A man became a living soul, a talking spirit." So the idea is that we are by nature meant to have a voice, meant to have speech, to have that free speech, just to speak the truth with others. Now, if we turn to Christianity, the first thing I want to say about that is that it was a huge inspiration and foundation to the Magna Carta, as well as the Declaration for Independence in America. So the Magna Carta, what I left out about that was actually that it was brought into creation and protected by the Catholic Church back then. So Christians had a huge role in fundamental principles of human rights and rule of law. And then we see this again in the setting up of the United States of America. So we did have an earlier speaker mention about how Jesus, the way he lived in terms of respect your neighbor, that's about treating people with human dignity. And that in and of itself can be seen as a fundamental principle and advocate for human rights and human rights protection. And the fact that it does say in the Bible that we are created in God's image means that we are all equal. And it's not like the Animal Farm, where all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. And that is actually what we are now seeing in the interpretation of human rights here in Canada, is that seeing some groups are given more rights than other groups. That in and of itself is against the very fundamental principles of human rights. Another thing that I want to mention about Christian influence and the United Kingdom is Speaker's Corner. There's this corner in Hyde's Park in London, United Kingdom, where everyone can come together and speak freely. George Orwell apparently called it a place, a gathering of lunatics, because he's got a sense of humor. So back in 1865, there was a Reform League, and they were a league that were mostly of Christian men that were fighting for the right to vote for men in the 19th century. And that's where they met. And it was actually because they had a huge protest in that area in Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park that led to, actually ultimately led to legislative changes so that all men could vote. But that took until 1918. But it established Speaker's Corner as a place, a protected place for people to speak. Now I want to turn to Islam. Human rights in Islam are firmly rooted in the belief that God and God alone is a lawgiver. So it's similar to Christianity and Judaism, that God is above all, and therefore we are all equal under God. The right to life is protected in Islam. The Holy Quran says that whosoever kills a human being without any reason like manslaughter or corruption on earth, it is as if though he had killed all mankind. And as we know in human rights legislation today, that the right to life is a protection. However, it can be taken away by the state, so it can be qualified. For example, we see the right to life in some countries is taken away by way of if you've done something of your security threat, for example. Freedom is also protected in Islam. And there's quite a lot written about how in Islam it's forbidden to have a slave. And equality is also protected by Islam, where it states in the Quran that, "O mankind, we have created you from a male and female." And in other words, we're all equal. We all are descendants from one father or one mother. And it also states, and I think this is an interesting section of the Quran where it states, "And we set you upon as nations and tribes so that you may be able to recognize each other." So there's a recognition that there's diversity amongst the planet, and that exists so that we get to know each other. It doesn't exist so that we stand divided. We stand together in our cooperation and getting to know each other and respect each other. Now, if we look at the international landscape for human rights, I did mention the United Nations Declaration for Human Rights. There's also the International Bill of Rights, which is the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, and also the International Covenant of Economic and Social and Cultural Rights. Now, these are treaties, and Canada has signed those treaties, but Canada is what is called a dualist system. We do not import international laws directly. They have to be locally legislated for them to be enforceable. In terms of human rights, so there's a lot of lip service paid by the Canadian government. In 2024, the Canadian government, along with some other countries, said that they were going to take Afghanistan to the International Court of Justice for violations against an international treaty that's protecting women against discrimination. All that was said in 2024, nothing's being done. And the International Court of Justice is a court that deals with statehood responsibility. And so it's not exactly the right form to enforce human rights. And that's the issue, is that there's a problem in enforcing human rights. And that is not only a problem internationally, it is a problem locally here in Canada. And I did talk a little bit about humanitarian law. I want to share with you a story of how the ICRC, the International Red Cross Committee, came to being. And it's a tale of a businessman, a Swiss businessman who was walking on the battlefield of Solferino in Italy in 1859. And he saw all these people pillaging the dead, taking their gold teeth, taking the goods off their bodies. And he was inspired to fight for the protection of medically wounded and dead in warfare. So he's actually the founding person underpinning this entire organization of International Red Cross, and then later on the Geneva Conventions. And I like that story because it talks about a businessman. That's any person in this room can make that kind of difference. It took a lot of sacrifice. The end story is, to his personal life, is that he died in poverty. He was a businessman, and he gave everything for the sake of humanity. And that is sometimes a level of sacrifice that is required to make change and protect us all. And in terms of enforcement of human rights, we have had the Nuremberg trials, we've had the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, and the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. Those were set up by the United Nations Security Council. So again, there seems to be no way to have our human rights recognized and enforced unless states are involved, unless there's some sort of political motive. And earlier we heard reference to that some rights were upheld because there were some political leaders that stood up and upheld our human rights. The issue is that we have at the moment is it doesn't seem to be anybody out there. There seems to be no political leaders that are willing to stand up for our human rights. And going back to the story with regards to Poland and their story of freedom, we need to stand together and more in numbers, advocating for our human rights so that the political leaders will represent the will of the people. Now, I only have a few minutes left, and there's so much to discuss, but I just wanted to say that I looked at a few indexes of where Canada was. In 2024, it seems that Canada was like 11th or 12th or 14th on the Global Peace Index, the Global Human Rights Index. Interestingly, for the first time ever in 2025, I'm seeing some criticism online that Canada is all about lip service, that they don't have proper reporting on the human rights abuses here. The problem that I see is that any reporting and measuring of human rights has only to do with Indigenous rights, what's going on in Gaza, and refugees. I've not seen anything that talks about ordinary Canadians, about Canadians. What about our human rights? Do we not matter? I mean, I'm appalled about what happened in 2022. There's just a huge question out there about what's happening to our freedom of expression. I mean, I've read family law cases, and one in Alberta where a judge told a father that he could not talk to his child about COVID-19. I mean, she's telling him, yeah, you don't have any, free speech. You have no right to freedom of expression. That was a total charter breach. And that case had to do with all those controversial cases that were ongoing at the time where one parent would want the child to get the COVID-19 vaccination and the other one didn't. Well, it's overstepping when you have your court telling somebody, well, you don't have freedom. I'm going to tell you what you can or cannot say. That's not what the case was about. We also have in family law cases, if you want to really see trending in terms of issues with our human rights compliance here, as you read the family law cases between 2020 and now, it's pretty outrageous, where you have a judicial notice of regulatory authorization of COVID-19 vaccinations. Well, that's not how judicial notice works. I also read transcripts once that here in Alberta, there was a judge that said, well, you know what, in 2023, by the way, you deserve to lose your job because you were a walking threat on the street for not taking the COVID-19 vaccination. There's another judge in Ontario who said, well, I don't know what the big issue is about your 5-year-old not getting the COVID-19 vaccination, because I've had 5 and I love to be pricked and prodded. Yeah. A bit weird. But, anyways, my last words in 1 minute is that I practice administrative law here. I don't practice constitutional law. Sometimes it goes in that direction, because that's, for me, where the heart of human rights lies. We have so much regulation happening in this country overnight, and it is literally taking away our fundamental human rights. And I just want to mention, and some of my friends here know that I'm a little bit upset about this new Water Act amendment, which makes our rainwater that we collect in our rain barrels now owned by the Crown, by the way, which I'm pretty sure was a private property right. Again, the question, we need to be awake and alive as to what is going on overnight. And it's not just federal, it's provincial, it's municipal. And what can we do as a people? We need to gather more in forums like this. And I thank Jason Levine and his wife for putting on this event today, because I believe it's one of many future events where we will come together, share our ideas, feel inspired, be educated, and become advocates, and go back into our community to effectuate change. I know I just want to share one last story, because I like to share a solution story, and it's homegrown here in Red Deer. Okay, so this is it. Kind of ties everything together. I spoke about the International Covenant for Social Economic Rights. In there, it says that governments have to kind of protect or uphold standard of living, which includes housing. That's all it says in terms of that. It's clause 11 if you ever want to read it. In 2019, Prime Minister Trudeau made a national housing strategy, and he said, oh, well, I'm going to take that part of that international economic social right, and I'm going to make it the national strategy, and I'm going to say that everybody has a right to housing. Well, that's not what that right says, but he said, oh yeah, but now we have a right to housing. Then he gave a ton of taxpayers' money to this private corporation, the Canadian Mortgage Housing Corporation. And they went out, and I believe that they strategically went out to certain municipalities and said, you should apply for funding. And next thing you know, in Red Deer, I'm seeing these signs coming up last year saying, yeah, fourplexes as a right. I'm like, fourplexes as a right? That sounds like a human rights language. What are they saying? And anyways, my local community association said to the city, you're supposed to have public consultations with us. You didn't. We want them. And then we had another person, and I'll name him Gabrielle because I'm very thankful that he did this. He funded and held a meeting at the festival hall in Red Deer and had people come in from Edmonton and Calgary to share their negative experiences with this free zoning bylaws is what I call them. We came together as a people. Okay, we stood up and we said no, because that fourplex as a right was going to take away people's right to enjoy their private property. I mean, imagine you put all your money into your house. That's going to be your security for the future. And the house next to you gets torn down and this huge apartment building gets put up, overshadows your garden, your ability to grow food. You can't enjoy your backyard anymore. The value of your house goes down. And you have no say. That's what the fourplexes as a right was going to do. We stood up together, we demanded accountability, and we got it. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow, I love hearing success stories. We have to have more of that, where we're sharing the success stories and the efforts that people are doing, because everything you do matters. Thank you for that message, Bathsheba. Bathsheba has shown us how rights can be eroded globally. Our next presenter explains how it happens structurally, including right here at home. Bruce Pardy is a professor of law at Queen's University. He's also taught law in schools in the United States and New Zealand. He's also executive director of Rights Probe. What is Rights Probe? It's a think tank that's focused on liberty and governance issues. Bruce is known for his clarity and his unwillingness to pretend that administrative power is neutral. And that's something I really admire him for. He is unwilling to pretend that administrative power is neutral. He writes and he speaks about the rise of the managerial state, where decisions are made by regulators rather than legislators, and where accountability quietly dissolves. So with a message about confronting state power, please welcome Bruce Pardy.
Do you want the mic stand?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see if I can do it right. I'm really sorry, because I'm your third lawyer in a row. And I hope you don't start thinking about William Shakespeare. You know the part where he says, the first thing we'll do will kill all the lawyers. I want to offer you an inconvenient fundamental truth. And that is that fundamental truths are beliefs. And beliefs are held by individuals. But here's what happens. Human beings tend to be tribal.
They like to be in groups. I think because groups give them meaning. And in those groups, they develop fundamental truths, that is, beliefs about morality, about religion, about spirituality, about values and virtues. And in this group, they believe that they have come to the truth. And all of that is fine. But then the group thinks that it knows the truth. And if it knows the truth, then why shouldn't everybody be required to live according to the truth? In other words, truth and freedom are not the same thing. Truth, because it is a belief, is your business and your business alone. We get into real trouble when we start to get to the idea of truth given state sanction. In other words, to join truth and authority. The combination of the claim to truth and authority is the combination that leads to tyranny. Now, this operates in all different directions because we are subject right now to a regime that is sure that it knows the truth and it is using its power to impose it. But the same can happen in reverse. I recently shared a stage with several other people who claimed to know the truth. And in the context of that claim, made the case that the law ought to be based upon the 10 Commandments. Because the 10 Commandments are the truth. Now, maybe they are. But here's the point. People disagree. So, let's just take a look at the 10 Commandments for a moment. And let me explain to you why I think that this kind of proposition, and this is just an example, why this kind of proposition that the law must be based upon the truth means that you will not be free. Let me put it another way. Before I go to the 10 Commandments, let me put it this way. Here's a question. What is right? What is good? What is true? What is good, right, and true? That is actually asking two different questions, not one. And this is the error that we make. The error goes like this. That question, what is right, defines what the law ought to reflect. No, here are the two questions. Number one, How should you behave? That is a philosophical, moral, religious, spiritual, value-laden question. How should you behave? Question 1. Question 2. How must you behave? That second question is not primarily moral or religious or spiritual or value-laden. That is a legal question. And the legal question is answered with the force of the state. And the error we make is to conflate them. You take your answer to the first question, how should we behave? You can give all kinds of different answers. But if you take your answer and you insist that that answer be embedded in the law, you are now the tyrant. So let's go to the 10 Commandments. Here are the 10 Commandments, as you probably will know. Number 1, no other gods before me. Number 2, no idols. Number 3, not take the name of the Lord in vain. Number 4, keep the Sabbath. Number 5, honor thy father and mother. Number 6, don't murder. Number 7, shall not commit adultery. Number 8, shall not steal. Number 9, shall not bear false witness. And number 10, shall not covet. Which of those commandments should be embedded in the law? My answer to you would be 2 of them, maybe 2.5. Here are the 2. Thou shalt not murder, and thou shalt not steal. Why? Why those 2? Well, because in an ideal world, the world that I would like to live in, the purpose of the law is to protect your freedom. And what is freedom? When are you free? You are free when you are not subject to the coercion of other people. That is, you are not subject to their force, their violence. You are not made to do things you do not want to do by other people and by the state. So, if you murder somebody or you steal their stuff, you are now infringing on the liberty, the freedom of those other people. That's why those have to be laws, because the whole idea is that everybody is free. The half is perhaps don't bear false witness, as in don't go to court and tell a false story. You're now in contempt of court. But the rest of them might be true. They might reflect a truth, but they cannot be the law. Why? Because now some people are imposing their values upon other people. Otherwise, those people are not able to do what they want to do. And those actions have nothing to do with imposing their will on other people. So this is a conundrum for people who have a strong belief in truth and want to be free. Let's put it another way. If you want to be free, then you want 2 things. The first one is easy. The second one is hard. The first one is this. If you want to be free, you do not want to be told what to do. That's easy. It's easy to want. Here's the second one. If you want to be free, if you want to live in a free society, You do not want to tell other people what to do. And that's much more difficult because the world is full of people who want to tell their fellows what to do because they know the truth. Fact of the matter is that nobody knows what is good, right, and just. And if they do, maybe they do. But if they do, they cannot prove it. And if they cannot prove it in a way that cannot be controverted, then it cannot be imposed on other people. Let's put it this way. Can you think of a moral proposition, any moral proposition you can think of, the most extreme thing you can imagine, the one thing that you know in your heart of hearts is the case? Think to yourself, okay, I know that's true. How do I prove it's true? Now, I'm not talking about facts. We'll put facts off to the side. Facts are based upon observation. You know, the hammer fell to the ground. Fine. I'm not talking about facts. I'm talking about moral, religious, spiritual, value-laden propositions. Let me put this proposition to you. No moral proposition has ever in the history of mankind been proven to be true. It is just a belief. It is just a feeling. I'm not saying it's not valid. I'm not saying it's not valuable. And I'm not saying it might not be true. I'm saying that if you can't prove it's true, you cannot impose it upon other people because they believe differently. The thing you cannot do is impose upon their freedom. You can't murder them. You can't attack them. You can't take their stuff. You can't violate their property. That's what freedom means. And that means, in turn, that law, properly formulated in a free society, cannot be based upon morality. The distinction is not between right and wrong. The distinction is between force and the absence of force. If you are not subject to the force of other people, you are free, and vice versa. That is the line between you and your fellow citizens. Now, I want to make something clear. It may sound like I am suggesting that morality is subjective, as in not real, not true. I'm not saying that at all. To assert that morality is indeterminate, which is what I am doing, it's indeterminate in this sense. You can't prove it one way or the other. You might be right in the beliefs that you hold. Your belief in morality might actually be the real version. That doesn't matter. You cannot impose it because neither you nor they nor I can determine conclusively who of us is right. And that means, in turn, that law cannot, in a free society anyway, that law cannot be based upon the common good. Everybody is an individual, and every individual has beliefs. And as long as that individual is left alone to do as they think best, as long as they don't interfere, that means everybody is free and left to their own devices, and there is no common good. because common good itself is based upon a value of commonality that not everybody shares. So we're talking about a myth. Bottom line, in a free country, free people find their own truth, their own fundamental truth. The search for truth is everything, but truth itself, in a state government sense, is nothing. The quest for truth is quintessential, but that does not mean that we must come to a consensus about the results, because that consensus will always leave some people out who do not, in fact, agree. And if we impose that consensus on them, they are not free. Just remember this. The only mind inside your head is yours. Nobody else really knows what goes on in there. And whatever that is your business and your business alone. Thank you very much.
We have another presenter on the program, and then after that, we're going to bring all the presenters up to the stage for a moderated discussion. Our next presenter, before we begin that question and answer discussion, has spent decades fighting these issues in court. Sean Buckley is a constitutional lawyer with more than 30 years of challenging government overreach. As former lead counsel for the National Citizens Inquiry, he examined the legal and constitutional consequences of emergency governance. Sean's focus is not partisan, it is foundational. What happens to law when fear replaces principle? Please welcome Sean Buckley.
No, that's okay. I'm just going to go a little rogue here and get off the stand. So God bless you, keep you. I want to start by asking a question. And that is, isn't the most important thing having sovereignty over your own body? And by sovereignty, I mean, you actually having the right to decide what does or does not happen to your body. And as you think about that question, I want you to start thinking about it in terms of ownership, which is a little different. But you need to understand that the concept of ownership legally is just the way that we describe who has the right to decide what does or does not happen to something. So if I'm like renting a house and I'm not the owner, I can't decide to take out a wall or make the windows bigger. That's a right reserved for the owner who gets to decide what does or does not happen to the house. So when you're thinking about your own body, should you have the right to decide what does or doesn't happen to your body? I need you to understand that we're actually talking about ownership. We don't often think about decisions over our bodies as issues of ownership, although we're familiar with the concept of slavery. And slavery is just the condition where either through the exercise of force or through economic circumstances, somebody's right to make decisions over what does or doesn't happen to their body is transferred to an owner. That's why slaves are bought and sold. It's actually an exercise of ownership. And it's important for you to understand that. So for you to actually own your own body, you have to be free, literally free, to be able to make decisions of what happens or doesn't happen to your body. Now, the interesting thing is where this is most important for most of us, and the COVID experience kind of made this really alive to us, is in the exercise of medical decisions. And I want you to totally forget the vaccine experience. I just want to talk about, every one of us here, we're going to face health crises, and we're going to be presented with options. And we're actually going to think that we have, the right to exercise control over our body and decide how we're going to be treated. And I'm smiling because this is a real joke, because you just don't know the truth, that you really have no choice at all. We're in a soft police state, in a hard police state. The guy could just pass a law and say, no, we're going to make your medical decisions for you. But we would find that unpalatable, because a soft police state is much less work. You just get the citizens actually believing that they're free, believing that they're actually making choices when they're not. And how our police state has done this is they've made it so that when you're faced with these decisions, you actually think they're your only options, because the truth is kept from you. The real options are kept from you. It's almost like when you're faced with a health crisis, that all the reasonable health decisions you could make, just imagine them as this wonderful apple pie. And then you lay a thread on that apple pie. Well, that little thread on the apple pie, those are the medical decisions you're going to be offered. And even that's not a good analogy, because when you understand the truth, you would say, well, that thread doesn't even belong there, because you see that pie represents reasonable medical decisions. And that thread that you're going to be presented really aren't reasonable at all. And now let me try and get you to understand what the heck I'm talking about. And so I'm going to tell you a story. So I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and we just literally toured the land. We started in Victoria, and we had events all the way to Ottawa. And we're holding live events because we are delivering the third largest paper petition in Canadian history to Parliament. It hasn't been entered yet, so if you haven't signed it, sign it before you go. But we had people telling their real life stories. And I want to tell you one of these stories. So in Grand Prairie, we had a lady speaking, Karen Peters. And she explained to us that she was suffering terribly with rheumatoid arthritis. And her medical doctor explained to her that this is, it's an incurable condition. It's progressive. It's going to get worse and worse. So Karen, you're going to end up in a wheelchair, and this is going to kill you. But you have the option. You have the option of us slowing down the progression of this disease with some chemical drugs. And one of the, we want you to take this one, but we also want you to take a chemotherapy drug. She was actually given an option, like a list of chemotherapy drugs, and she made a decision based on cost. So her option, and so for a full year, she describes that she is being injected weekly with this chemotherapy drug called methotrexate. And for 3 or 4 days of each week, she was so sick from this drug, she actually was wishing she was dead. So the options given to her were to suffer and die. Those were the options. That was the thread on the pie that she was given. And after about a year of this, because it was just intolerable, a friend finally convinced her to go and see a naturopathic doctor, and she went to see one that had also been a medical doctor. And the naturopathic doctor cured her with natural remedies. So she's no longer on any drugs. She's no longer suffering. She's no longer facing a wheelchair. She's no longer facing death. And the naturopathic doctor said to her, for sure, if you had stayed on this methotrexate, it would give you cancer. Not it may, it would give you cancer. Well, I have to tell you, I was moved by this story. Like it's impacted me. And so when we finally get to Ottawa, after hearing story after story after story, we have an event on Parliament Hill because we're delivering the third largest paper petition in history to an MP who's going to table it for us. And I share this story. Now we're packing up, we're finished the event, we're packing up, and this lady comes up to me and she's weeping. Her name's Nelda. She's weeping. And she says, "You told my story. I had rheumatoid arthritis. They put me on methotrexate, but she says, but I lost my breasts to cancer. I lost my breasts to cancer." And she's weeping over this because she's realizing she didn't need to make those choices. And it got me thinking, like in Canada, how many Karens and Neldas are there? How many breasts have we taken? How many people are diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis? They're told that it's incurable, that it's progressive, and that really their only option is to slow the progression, but we're going to put you on chemotherapy drugs for the rest of your life. It's a worse diagnosis than cancer, like where you're just on chemo for 3 to 6 months. And then we're giving them cancer with the chemotherapy drugs. Like, I don't know the answer. How many? Is it like 5,000? Is it 50,000? Is it 100,000? Like, one's too many. And they're on these chemotherapy drugs and they're facing nothing but suffering and death because they've come to believe that there's no choice. So do they have sovereignty over their own bodies? Do they have ownership over their own bodies? Are you starting to see what I'm talking about here? So if when you are facing a health crisis, you cannot make an informed decision based on the truth, then somebody else has manipulated you into making the decision that they want you to make. So that's how the soft police state has taken ownership over our bodies, because they basically have us making the decisions they want us to make. It's just now through deception and censorship. So how does this censorship? Well, we don't have censorship in Canada, do we? Of truthful health information? No, they haven't passed those acts yet. So here's how it works. So we're in this drug model where everything is a drug. Anything used to prevent illness, anything used to recover from illness is a drug. And then we've made it so that you cannot sell a drug, even a vital nutrient. It's illegal to sell you things that you need to be alive without Health Canada's permission in the form of a license. And when they grant you a license, then Health Canada takes the position, well, the only thing you can say about your drug, and drug includes not just the chemicals, but vital nutrients like vitamin C, vitamin D, anything. The only thing you can say is what Health Canada has approved. It's called the label claim. So I'll give you a shocking real life example that happened in my law practice. And it involves antidepressants. So I'm in this federal court case against Health Canada, and Health Canada brings in this, outside expert as a hired gun. And this expert is a psychiatrist that runs a company, and all this company does is it gets new psychiatric drugs through the approval process for Health Canada. And I'm at this guy for days. I'm examining him for days. And at one point he gets frustrated and he starts complaining to me under oath of how hard it is to get a new antidepressant approved of by Health Canada. And he's complaining to me, he says, I've got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that the drug works. I could spend 2 hours explaining how that whole process is a fraud, but I'm getting to the fun part. Because he says, I got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that the drug works. So he says, so I run 8. Now remember, this is what he does for a living. So he says, I run 8 double-blind clinical trials for an antidepressant because I've learned I have to run 8 to get 2 that show the drug outperforms the sugar pill. Interesting, isn't it? I haven't even gotten to the good point yet. Now, the other 6 could be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but the safety signals are inconvenient. The fun part is if that drug company gets approval, so it's now approved as an antidepressant. Remember, all they're now legally allowed to say is it's an antidepressant. It's approved to treat depression. So that means then that it's illegal, listen carefully, it's illegal now for that chemical drug company, because it got a license, to share with you the 6 failed clinical trials. I told you that was the fun part, right? You know, we had on our health show, Professor Alan Castles was one of the speakers, and he explained to us the 3rd leading cause of death in Canada are antidepressant drugs, okay? So the pharmaceutical company that is getting reports, people are calling them saying, my spouse died, my child died, or there's been this serious adverse reaction or that serious adverse reaction. They can't share that with you. It's illegal. All they can say is antidepressant. It's getting interesting, right? Because if you're going to be prescribed an antidepressant, well, you're going to intuitively know, well, there's been at least 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that it works, or it wouldn't be proved. Don't you think you would make a more informed decision if you knew there'd been 8 double-blind clinical trials at least, and that 6 of them failed, and that there'd been a whole bunch of reports of deaths, and a whole bunch of reports of other adverse reactions? Now, this censorship, this absolute total control of truthful health information is necessary, or else our government-funded healthcare system would collapse. Because our government-funded healthcare system and our drug approval process is actually there to market the chemical drugs. And so think about this for a second. So you have to, remember, you have to get Health Canada approval to be able to sell even vitamin C. Well, in the lifetime of everyone in this room, every single drug approved for a serious health condition, except for Primarian, except for one, every single drug approved for a serious health condition had a patent, meaning it was a novel chemical that had a patent when it was approved. So the only legal treatments for serious health conditions are either surgery or chemical drugs. Not interesting? I find that interesting. It's why when you go to the hospital for cancer or heart disease or arthritis or mental health, you're only offered surgery or chemical drugs. Now, the largest part of the drug market, I mean 99.99% are prescription drugs. Well, have you ever thought it's only legal for us to access prescription drugs through government-funded healthcare? Isn't that interesting? So the only legal drugs are the chemical drugs. And the only way we can access them is government healthcare, which means by definition, government healthcare is the marketing and distribution arm of the pharmaceutical chemical drug complex. Wow, cool. But we're talking about censorship, right? So it's illegal for this information to be shared with you. It's because we would lose confidence in government-funded healthcare if the law was all information about drugs had to be shared with us. But it hurts the natural health community. And how that works is we don't have the deaths, we don't have the adverse side effects. But if people knew, if the Karen Peters and the Neldas knew there were natural treatments, then also the chemical drug complex would fail. You know, I want to talk about True because I was talking about antidepressants and we're in Alberta. Well, Trueup's an Alberta company that long ago had developed probably the best treatment in the world to treat bipolar disorder. It's just vitamins and minerals, but it also kicks butt on ADHD and major depressive disorder and the like. Do you know there are over 30 published peer-reviewed journal publications on their product, Empower Plus, all funded by governments around the world. It's illegal for them to share that information with you. So the Alberta government, so first of all, there's part of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary is this behavioral research unit in Children's Hospital. And they use their own budget to run 2 case series, one on children, one on adults. One was published in the Journal of Psychiatry, the other in the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology. The results were just so spectacular. They go to the Alberta government and says, we've never seen anything like this. The taxpayer needs to fund a double-blind clinical trial. So the Alberta government uses taxpayers' money to fund a double-blind clinical trial being run out of Children's Hospital in Calgary. It's illegal for them to share with you the results. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? So we truly are in a world where when you are now faced with a serious health crisis and you're presented with an opinion or a decision, and there's this illusion of choice, there really is no choice because let's go back to Karen Peters, the naturopathic doctor that cured her, he can't share her story or he will get destroyed, and he knows he'll be destroyed. The companies that make the remedies, they can't share that stories or they'll be destroyed, and they know they'll be destroyed. I've spent 30 years fighting Health Canada. I can only think of one file where the real issue is the company was telling the truth about their product. They get shut down, they get hammered, they get punished. And the whole industry knows that. And the Health Canada just increased the fines from $5,000 to $5 million a day. And so the censorship's increasing. True Hope actually had those studies published on their website until that was snuck into the 2023 budget, and they removed it. And health stores are starting to self-censor the whole thing. So it's getting worse. So the point I wanted to make is you need to understand that you don't have ownership over your body. It has been stolen from you by Health Canada, by the government healthcare system, which has placed you in a position when you have to make a health decision that you actually can't make a reasonable decision. You're being funneled into this chemical, pharmaceutical, industry, this index. You don't have the right to make a choice. Now, I just want to close on a different note. And it's funny, I was outside talking to Leighton Gray and another fellow, and it just, you got to talk about this. So I'm going to talk about it. So, and it's just, is there some fatigue over the madness? Because we went through COVID and, we have event like this after event like this. And, we're still facing this nonsense and more bills on censorship and that. And, the deficit getting out of control. So I was just told to remind you guys of something. So, and I'm going to remind you of 2 things. First of all, if you're not aware, the average person now is starting to wake up. Like there's that closedness that was there before is gone. Like people are now there. You can't give them a fire hose. You got to give them a glass of water and leave them with a question. But that's gone. And the other thing is, and this is what I'm supposed to remind you of, is the reality is you're not here by accident. Psalm 139 tells us that before even the world was in existence, let alone you, God wrote a plan. He actually wrote a book about you. It's called Your Destiny. So he actually wrote what life you're supposed to live. And when he did that, he placed you here, having the experiences we're having with all the madness that we're having. So it actually means rather than you being afraid, rather than you being overwhelmed, rather than you going, what the heck is this ever going to change? What can I do? Understand, no, actually, you're the guy, you're the girl that God designed specifically for you to walk at this time having these experiences so that we can get out of this madness, right? So it was meant to empower you. And it's just the correct way of looking at it. So I see that I'm out of time. Thank you for letting me share, and I'm happy to talk to any of you down the road. And please pop by and subscribe to our NHPPA newsletter, because we're the only organization out there trying to fight for our health rights, protect access to natural health products and kind of bring awareness of these issues, of how crazy it is. It's not just the vaccine, it's just the whole pharmaceutical complex that's so much deeper than we imagined. Thank you.
You can also subscribe. And if you go over to the first table by the door, you can subscribe to get the newsletter, and it's nhppa.ca for that website. So thank you again. .org, nhppa.org. Thank you. So we're preparing now for the moderated section, and there's been some questions submitted for our panelists, and we're going to get everyone up here. We're going to get John Carpay back and Bathsheba, and we're going to bring in all the panelists, including Jason Levine, for the moderated section. And your moderator this evening is none other than Nadine Wellwood. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about Nadine. She's not only going to lead this Q&A and ignite discussion among today's speakers, she is also a chartered investment manager and author of a #1 best-selling book called Alberta Rising. It's a public policy comment. She's also a public policy commentator with a sharp focus on economics and geopolitics. Through Nadine's writing and research and podcasts, she's known for cutting through the noise and turning complex policy and legal issues into clear, disciplined analysis. So her work focuses on incentives, institutional accountability, and the real-world consequences of policy decisions, particularly where government power intersects with individual rights. Nadine brings intellectual rigor, clarity, and momentum to every conversation. So Nadine will take it in just a moment. We need all our panelists up here. Now a reminder to all of you, when you do step out to the lobby, there's a couple of terrific options. The first one is take the long way to the lobby. Take the long way, go the long way around the room, because you want to check out each of the exhibitors here today. All of them have a business card or another item for you. And the other thing is, when you get to the lobby, we have a special table set up just for you, just for the attendees that are here today. And it is a table where you can sign the petition for independence for Alberta. We're looking for Bathsheba to join us. So let's get Bathsheba and Mia. We need Mia as well. And that table that's set up for you, the really good news, because I've been checking the lineup throughout the day. So not only did the lineup fill the lobby and go all the way down the hall to the other door, it went down the building, around the corner, and into the parking lot. And now it's still that long. So I negotiated with the venue host and I said, well, we've scheduled this petition signing till 7 p.m., but if needed, can we go later? And they said yes. Please welcome Nadine Wellwood.
Okay, well, we have a couple of missing speakers, but we'll get started and then we can get to their questions as we go, because we want to answer as many questions as we possibly can. Wow, what a day. Round of applause for these guys. So you've heard a wide range of perspectives from the legal, economic, biological, constitutional. This is where the rubber gets to hit the road, guys. It's like we're going to sort of have a conversation and not everybody is probably going to agree. At this point, there she is, they're coming. All right. We're going to start. There was a question that was asked of Dr. Mintz. And Doctor, we're going to start with you.
I was staying at the very end thinking that, I'll be too far for you to ask me a question.
Somebody wanted to bring up the point about private and then public partnerships. and how that's a very fascist concept and how that's not really very well known or advertised or acknowledged even in presentations. But can you walk us through some of what you've seen as far as harms? Because you and I have talked about this, and there's not usually too many success stories from the whole private. And then we've talked about crowding out and a number of different things. So maybe you can walk the audience through private public partnerships in cooperation.
Okay, well, first of all, I'll just tell you a little story. My PhD thesis was on public-private mixed enterprises. These are companies that are jointly owned by a government and by the private sector. That's a little different than a public-private partnership. A public-private partnership is one in which the government might be, let's say, looking for a private partner to do something with the support of the with the support or the involvement of the government, but it's not a joint ownership of a corporation. It's not the same as a public-private mixed enterprise. But let me say that regardless of the two different types, and this was one of the major points of my thesis, actually going back many years ago, is that the government has its own priorities, which could be they want to do commercially well, but they also have other things that they want to achieve, other political objectives. And of course, a public-private partnership or a mixed enterprise isn't a very stable coalition, because at some point, the private producers may find that they're getting constrained by the government, and the government itself may find that the private producers are not doing what they want. Now, of course, there's other things that could be involved with public-private partnerships, and that is that the government ends up giving favorable treatment to the private corporation, and in fact, private corporation may be able to make more money than normal because of the protections that they get. Now, just to give you a bit of an idea, now this goes back to the 1970s when I did my PhD, but I actually had a chapter on the Canadian example of mixed enterprises at that time, and there are quite a few of them. It was something that was happening in both Europe and in Canada, not in the United States, as you might expect. But there was a view that public corporations, public enterprises weren't performing very well, and that the managers needed to have some discipline from the market. And so this idea was that a lot of public corporations, public enterprises would be partly owned in the private sector, would have some of their shares sold to the private sector, and you'd have then this public-private partnership developing in that way, or mixed enterprise developing that way. And what I did in my thesis is I went through all the Canadian ones that were operating in the 1970s, and there were quite a few. And sure enough, they didn't make negative profits, these mixed enterprises, but they certainly didn't do well as private companies. And in fact, when you look at the history of them, most of them eventually just either went completely back to the public side, or they went into a lot of them actually got fully privatized in the end. This issue didn't really come up until, and I'll tell you kind of a story that happened back in when Nexen was going to be the oil company Nexen was going to be taken over by CNOOC of China, which was a state-owned enterprise. I was called by the Globe and Mail to give a comment on it, and I was kind of informed, or I was warned that this was actually going to be coming to me. And I thought about it, and I said, gee, back after Mulrooney, we started going through a whole bunch of privatizations, a lot of Air Canada, Canadian National Railway, quite a few companies were being privatized by the federal government at that time. And so my comment was to the Globe Mail, as I said, it's here we've done all this effort to improve the efficiency of companies by privatizations, but now we're going to start allowing state-owned enterprises coming from China to start buying up Canadian companies, And it was very interesting that when I met the head of CNOC in Calgary, and he was kind of appalled by my comments, but he said, well, look, we are like any commercial company. We sell our shares in Hong Kong. So they were a mixed enterprise in that way.
Yeah.
And we are commercial. Our goal is just, for private, to be just like any other private company, which was not true. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, we could go on for a while. We are going to try and ask our speakers to keep it to just maybe a minute or minute and a half for our answers.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's
He
okay.
is an economic
The
professor.
first one's always to get us warmed up, right? The next question, because Jason has the microphone, and I will never see a cat in a tree the same way again. My dad was a firefighter. I'm like, I had no idea he put the cat there. What responsibility do you see as an independent journalist when institutions no longer self-correct, and where do you draw the line between inquiry and advocacy?
Well, two parts of that one: time efficiency and holding them accountable. So this is one of the things we did when the CBC released a documentary on the Coots situation, the Coots men. It was the Fifth Estate. They actually recorded that in late 2023 or 2022 even, waited for the trial to be over and then spit it out. They didn't actually follow the evidence. They didn't actually bring the truth forward. So what I had to do was Betty Carbert, Alex Van Herk, Marco Van Hugenbos, and many of the other people who were there. I brought them on a screen, and we talked for 2 straight days about this, 4 hours total, correcting all the misinformation. So one of the ways we had to deal with that is fact check them. And the very first thing I said when this episode is, if wrong, they can sue me for defamation because they lied. No lawsuit.
Wow. John, we'll start with you next, because you and I have had conversations, and this has come up a number of times in here today, and there's a couple other lawyers I think who can really chime in on this. Licensing and registration. I think this is being used as a means of control, right? To keep everybody in line. And we're seeing it in pretty much every area, whether it be medical, whether it be legal, whether it be education. Let's comment on, licensing and registration. And are there alternatives to ensuring the public safety? Because this is what it always boils down to. That's the argument. And ensuring that so that we have public safety, but lawyers, doctors are free to speak, are free to experiment, are free to come to the search of truth.
Well, there are, I guess, 2 topics I'll speak to very briefly. I think Alberta's Bill 13 was a good step forward. The Regulated Professions Neutrality Act, it's imperfect. It could be tweaked here and there, but in my view, and Alberta is the first province to do this. And so basically telling the Law Society, the College of Physicians and Surgeons, the Association of Professional Engineers, and something like, 100 and something other bodies. It's amazing how many professions are regulated, that the regulatory body should focus on ethics and competence. If it exists at all. I mean, if it was up to me, I'd scrap them all, or I'd make it a voluntary membership. If you want to be a member of the Law Society, that's fine. If other lawyer says, no, I'm not a member, and then the client can just decide. And if it's really important for them to go to a lawyer who is a member of the Law Society, well, they can do that. But anyway, I digress. As long as these things are, as long as these bodies are in place, they need to be reined in, so that, for example, the college would go after a doctor for having sex with his patients, okay? Or the Law Society would discipline a lawyer for lying in court. So it's got to be limited to competence and ethics. What's happened is we've had this perversion into woke, EDI, and they're very insidious. They put it into the professional standards. So you have to take these courses to keep your membership current, And part of these courses is that, well, to be a good lawyer, you have to understand what we want to indoctrinate you with. So, good progress in Alberta with this legislation that has passed, and it's going to be proclaimed into force shortly. Now, the other one, regulations more broadly, that's a whole big topic, but we need a whole lot less regulation, but
No,
I don't know how to
argument
achieve that.
there. Sean, would you like to talk a little bit about licensing? Because the medical industry is, as we saw during COVID, highly restrained from being able to speak the truth. And what you've just said, it started a long time before that.
Well, yeah, and I mean, in BC, it's gotten quite scary. And I've been a member of the Law Society of British Columbia since 1995, and I'm still a member. And they are actually trying to get rid of, they've already passed the legislation and they're in the middle of a transition away from a law society that is separate from government. So I've actually joined another law society because if that happens, I don't want to be subject to a government regulatory body. But I kind of, following up on John said, it really is a question in my mind whether or not there should be a monopoly on a lot of things like lawyers. Like, sure, we have to go to law school and all of that, but why can't somebody hire somebody who didn't? Because often it's the roofer that just learned themselves their roof doesn't leak, but the guy with the qualifications does. And as long as they're, people know what they're buying, buyer beware. I think that we've fallen into this trap. And now governments are using the fact that we've got all these regulatory bodies to now put thought control in us. So, and I'm kind of reminded of Noam Chomsky that the 80%, they can just be entertained. It's the professional class that you have to indoctrinate and control, and then you control society. So I think we need to rethink these monopolies.
Bruce is chomping at the bit. Okay, Bruce.
I totally agree. Professions are cartels. The justification is public interest, but the effect is to create a monopoly that restricts competition. An appeal to standards is an appeal to authority, and the authority is exercised by the state. You should get rid of them.
So Mia, because this one ties a little bit into a lot of this too, medical caution. There used to be a core ethic, first do no harm, right? And you've kind of blown that out of the water today. Such an amazing impact from such a small little package. Don't you agree? But frame, who is going to ultimately be held accountable at the end of the day for the decisions that are being made right now?
Who's going to be held accountable for this medical crime? Oh, goodness. I mean, if you look at the medical scandals of the past, largely they are swept under the rug and nobody is held accountable. Occasionally, like the recovered memory movement that I talked about earlier, that collapsed in an avalanche of lawsuits, so that's one possibility. There was a scandal in pediatric endocrinology where they injected short boys with human growth hormone, not knowing that it was contaminated with Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which is a prion that wastes the brain. I think about 8 doctors stood charges for manslaughter, and there were national inquiries about how this could have happened. So because of the severity of pediatric gender medicine, because of the severity of the harm, and also the severity, the extreme levels of fraud and corruption, we're not talking an average medical scandal here. We're talking professionals and medical associations who they haven't just ignored the evidence that they're doing harm, but they've conducted their own studies, found that they're doing harm, and then they've buried them so people don't know so that they can continue the scandal. I think we need something along the lines of the Nuremberg trials for these people.
There's a positive thought.
We can hope.
Oh, we can hope. Leighton, again, so I already have enough nightmares. Now I have to add spiders to that list. Tarantulas, really? Ugh, 8 eyes on you everywhere. I think spiders are a good analogy for government, like the surveillance system. Where has reconciliation, though, and a lot of the rhetoric, because there's a lot of rhetoric around reconciliation and a lot of lies and misinformation. They tend to put it on our side, but it's really coming from them. How does this damage the relationship with Canadians and our Indigenous populations?
Well, I think the starting point for any type of reconciliation in any relationship is to establish a basic ground rule, which is truth. And the problem that we have is that we have a big lie, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, which is very lengthy. And if you read it, you read the whole thing, what you find out is that the picture of the Indian residential schools history is very different than the false narrative that has been produced by the government. What the federal government in Canada has done, they had an agenda. They wanted to import critical race theory from the United States, what was used in the United States, to explain the black victimization, slavery into Canada. And they seized upon the Indian residential school experience as a way to do that. And so the starting point is we have to step away from that narrative, which paints Indians as victims and white people as colonists and perpetrators, and start from a ground level of truth. And the real truth about the relationship between Indian peoples and broader Canada is a story of cooperation and struggle against a very hostile environment, climate in Canada. That's the truth of the story, and that story is not being told. That's where we go towards reconciliation, is telling the truth of the real story about the history of Canada, not the lies that are being propagated.
Imagine having a Canada where one rule of law applied to everybody equally. No more special interests. Bathsheba, so we're living in a very divided society, and you've done a tremendous amount of work on rights and the protection of those rights, most of which, the government justifies reasonable limits. And one of the things I want to bring up that was brought to my attention yesterday was with breathalyzers has now gone through the Supreme Court, been tested, and even though it's a direct violation of the Charter, which we do have of rights, they've said reasonable limits. And so do Canadians actually have any human rights right now?
Well, first I want to say that's an interesting and very important example that you raise. And I have a lawyer friend in Medicine Hat who has taken charge of this issue with the breathalyzer situation.
I know her too.
Yeah, she's given me a little card and to keep, and she advocates that everybody should have this little card that if you ever get pulled over and you're asked to give a breathalyzer, that you would read out your rights. Yeah, so it's, do we have, so I guess on that point is I would visit that issue, everyone, because it's pretty serious. It speaks to the issues of this sort of, soft police state that we have. And it's already terrifying being pulled over by a police officer. So do we have human rights here? We still do have human rights here to some extent. We're here today criticizing the government, and there's no police coming in and arresting us. So there's freedom of expression. But as I said earlier, that the writing is on the wall, and that we need to recognize where there is erosion of our human rights, and feel that we often mistakenly look just to federal level. There's some serious issues here in the province, at the provincial level, and also in our municipalities because of federal interference in the money. So I would say that it's important, and I think it was Professor Party who said this once when I was listening to one of his talks, is to talk more. The best way to protect your freedom of expression and to challenge the Charter, which does very little to protect our human rights, is to speak more and be courageous.
Fantastic. Okay, Dr. Mintz, we're going to come back to you because there was a specific question around Alberta's demographic profile and our contribution history with respect to the Alberta Pension Plan. And this was a very hot topic when Alberta Next panel was going around, and there's one that probably is from an Alberta independence, concerns people the most. So is there a credible economic case that Albertans can achieve a better contribution to benefit outcome under a provincial APP if they were to leave the Canada Pension Plan?
Yes.
Can you just say it one more time?
Yes.
So for all those seniors out there, did you all hear that? Can we all tell that to our friends and family, please? That's wonderful. One more question for you. The Bank of Canada is actually...
I was keeping within a minute.
Yeah. You did so well. We have another one now. The Bank of Canada, though, has stated that Canada's economic woes are systemic. I don't think a lot of people understand what the Bank of Canada stated when they said that the problems that they couldn't fix, that the problem was systemic. Can you elaborate a little bit on what some of those systemic problems that you see?
I think I'm having trouble, first of all, understanding what's meant by problem. I assume, are you talking about the slow growth of Canada over the past 10 years?
Yeah, look at GDP. It's more of a policy issue, not so much a Bank of Canada. I can change it with interest rates and the small little tools that they have in there.
The Bank of Canada generally has had fairly good monetary policy. I would say they made a big mistake in 2020, but I would, monetary policy is not the main thing in which impacts, I think, economic growth. Economic growth and productivity, let me just say, actually there's a piece that I just did with Philip Cross, but to keep it short, it depends on your human capital, so education is important. It depends on your capital investment, and the capital investment is pursuing the best rates of return. And it depends on a number of factors, even things like the rule of law, political stability, and of course, innovation is a very important part of it. And the economists really argue about, which types of things are important. But one thing I think that has really come out over the whole discussion of productivity in Canada right now, and our systemic problem, has been the lack of investment. And that is. And work that we've done just shows that the employment rate has been relatively good. Our education system, could be improved, but it's not a disaster. It's actually one of the best, one of the better ones in the world, actually. But where we really lack now is investment, and it has turned very badly over the past 10 years, and that's been a very significant factor leading to our poor growth.
I think when the Bank of Canada made that statement, it was trying to point the finger back to the cause of the lack of investment being government policy, though. And I think, Bruce, you commented last night about getting the government, actually, I think, Dr. Mintz, you did the same, get the government out of the way.
Well, yeah, because I believe in it's a Thatcher, it's a Reagan type thinking that goes back to the 1980s, which carried most countries, by the way, going up to the financial crisis in 2008, that the answer is removing obstacles to economic growth that the government puts up, regulations and taxation and things like that. And that's my preference over what we're doing now, which in my view, we're just continuing the same problem. We're having the government trying to lead growth by picking certain industries that they're going to subsidize or relax regulation or firms, but not others. And my view is kind of government shouldn't be picking the winners and losers. Let the private market figure it all out. And more important is don't let the losers keep picking the government and getting all the support. And so
Thank you.
and which is a very, which is more consistent, I think, with what's happened over the years and been consistent with really the progress that certain countries have made.
Wonderful. So Beth, Sheba, back to you again on some more rights. From your experience and the research that you've done, what are some of the early warning signs that show when a society starts drifting away from its rules-based order?
Well, what happened in 2022, and that was a very strong move by the state, what they did. I mean, when people are arrested for their freedom of expression, and here what we actually have seen in it, and it's a really big problem in Canada, is we've actually have the criminalization of peaceful protest. And I'm looking forward to the decision of the Federal Court of Appeal. It won't fully address that issue, though, that's going to be an outstanding problem in this country. And there's lots of academic papers written about this, is that when the state uses its full force and criminalizes, we have the court that are criminalizing peaceful protesters, that's a really, really big flag that we have problems in this country. That's why I say that that freedom of expression to speak more, to speak up courageously is really important, because it's putting that to test. And I know that there's a lot of people that are still afraid of having their bank accounts frozen. There's people that have been debanked. There are going to be consequences, but it's going to be a lot worse if we do not act now. I feel like now we have an opportunity, safe space still to exercise our human rights. And I just want to state, because it's something that I wanted to address, but I know we want to say so much. Going back to your earlier question, but it kind of will feed into an indication of our human rights as it is in Alberta, is the independence movement. And I've had a look at the Forever Canada website, and I have decided that the Forever Canada campaign or group is anti-rights. They are an anti-rights organization. They are interfering with a customary international law right to self-determination. It is a very important human right, everybody, that we have the right to self-determine. Everybody has the right to self-determine. I mean, there's a special definition, so on and so forth, and a way to meet that definition. One of them is by having a unique culture. That's why Quebec picked us. But hey, look what I'm wearing. Did you know that a really important part of Albertan culture is the cowboy culture? We are the epicenter of that culture. Anyway, so I just want to say that I consider that group an anti-rights group, and that everybody that wants to, because they could just vote no, right? Just say no to the question. If they don't want independence, don't show up to sign for it. They don't need a separate movement to be anti-rights, and watch that space. I'm a little bit worried about what this group is going to do to interfere with this referendum.
Now, that's a really good point. Would any of our other lawyers on the panel like to comment or add on to Sheba's analysis there?
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Oh, Lord. Settle in, folks.
Well, I mean, I agree, of course, in the ability to self-determine and to vote. But really, if you want to reframe this is a contest about what the question ought to be. Or if you're going to have multiple questions, one saying we want to stay and one saying we want to go, in both situations, you're asking people to vote or not vote. I mean, I don't really see how the other group is trying to squash human rights. Usually the culprit of squashing human rights is the state. And the state here is not one of the actors. So back to you, Bathsheba.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing is that the state doesn't have to be an overt state And there could be somebody with a state-like mindset.
Of course, sure.
And so the reason why I drew the conclusion that I did was after some careful consideration, thinking a little bit outside of the box, is that the person founding this Forever Canada campaign is a former politician, has that mindset. And I believe that we all need to shift our mindset and rethink about our understanding of our rights as citizens, our human rights, and state interference. It can be subtle. That's why in my practice, I'm looking at municipalities and federal interference with funding, because it's not always overt. I mean, I'm not going to lend to speculative conclusions. I appreciate that one could say that states are normally orchestrating human rights oppression, but people, state agencies also orchestrate human rights oppression. And so does the mindset, that institutionalized state mindset.
Okay, hi, Jason. Sure.
And Bruce, you may not be aware that that same leader is currently trying to drum up support nationally to block the Alberta result.
Yeah, I think the big important part with the referendum question is it is, for lack of a better word, democratic. You have the right to say yes, you have the right to say no, as you pointed out. So, Leighton, you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, it's just a bit of history. There's a piece of land out there in the Atlantic that we now call Newfoundland. It was called Newfoundland back then. They were very cozy with the Americans during the World War II, because this was a launching point for naval and air force ships. It was the closest to the U.S. And around the end of the Second World War, the guys in Ottawa were very worried that Newfoundland was going to join the United States. And so it turns out Newfoundland just had a referendum. It was very close. They decided to join Canada. And the guys in Ottawa basically signed a deal with Newfoundland. And I asked around, and I don't know anybody in Alberta that got a vote in that. So it seems to me, if that's part of our history of Canada, not so distant history, why should the rest of Canada have a say in whether or not Alberta stays? And I mean, as a lawyer, it seems to me there's precedent's been set.
What Leighton said aligns also with the Supreme Court of Canada ruling in 1998, the Quebec secession reference. If the majority of the voters of a province vote to leave, and if it's a clear question, then the federal government and the rest of the provinces really have no choice but to negotiate the details of what is going to happen.
Sean?
And, well, I view this as just really politically conflating the issue, because the reality is if, you know, a clear majority of Albertans vote to leave Canada, that any way you slice that, that's viewed as a mandate in Alberta to leave Canada. And if it, you know, Czechoslovakia, you know, Yugoslavia, any other ethnic or political group making such a vote, the rest of the world says, no, you have the right. So I think this is really just politics. You know, so it's just kind of conflating, and it's theater, and it's distracting. And, you know, the goal from, you know, those that oppose Alberta separation will be to conflate, will be to fearmonger, will be to, you know, kind of point the other direction. So I just view this as political maneuvering that really has no weight, because the reality is, again, if there was a clear mandate within Alberta, this province is going to view that as a mandate to leave, and that is a problem for the rest of Canada, regardless how they want to frame it.
Absolutely. We've talked, seeing we're on the topic of Alberta independence, Indigenous comes up quite a bit, Leighton. And seeing, you know, you get that title, share with us your views on treaties and, you know, this concept that somehow that the Indigenous population have the right to veto other people's right to vote.
Well, for those who weren't here and I was talking earlier, the numbers don't support this. It's a fraction of 1% of people living on reserve. So if this were all the richest people in Alberta saying this, we would all be up in arms, right? That's one thing. Secondly, the treaties are not part of the body of constitutional law. The judiciary, and Bruce can talk better than I can about this, but the judiciary has really pumped up the relevance of the treaties, usually between a contract between two voluntary parties and an international treaty. But what's happened now with decisions like this Cowichan decision in BC, which is basically wiping out individual property rights, I think what we have to be concerned about is really certain Indigenous leaders who have been corrupted. They're operating essentially as NGOs. They're being paid to send a certain message, and they don't. This is the biggest key. They don't accurately represent what everyday Indigenous people, Indian people in Alberta want. Okay, they're just like you and me. Okay. That's important to remember. And I'll just say one final thing. No First Nation, if you want to call it that, or Indian Reserve, as we used to call them in Canada, has as good a deal anywhere in Canada as the Métis have right here in Alberta. If Indian people want to see a useful partnership between a government and an Indigenous group, what's happened in Alberta with our Métis people should be the model for the rest of the country. So I would say to them, I do say to them, you'll get a lot better deal in Alberta than you'll get from Canada.
On that note, and I'm going to stir the pot a little bit here, should they have any better deal than anybody else? Anybody on the panel want to comment on that?
You mean other than saying no?
Your minute is up, Bruce. So, Mia, back to you. What happens, what would you like to see change in the medical field? You're very well versed, obviously, from a policy standpoint, from a political standpoint. What is it that needs to change where, you know, when authorities disagree on a path forward, where should the authority lie?
So I would say the worst people to be making the decisions are the courts and the government. Because they don't understand this medical treatment at all. They don't understand this scandal. So in an ideal world, they wouldn't have to weigh in, because in an ideal world, the medical field itself would self-correct. And that's what's happened in Europe. So in Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, the UK, Belgium, many to list, they have the National Health Authority, whatever it may be. They've either investigated, realized that this is a terrible medical scandal, and they've reversed course, or they've looked at what Sweden and Finland, the UK did, and they've just followed them. In Canada, we're ignoring all of that. It's as if none of it has happened, and we still follow the how can I word it? We still follow the unhinged fanatics inside the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, a group of people with absolutely no respect for the Hippocratic Oath, no respect for scientific principles or evidence-based medicine. So as much as I hate to say it, governments have to step in when the medical world can't self-correct, and that is the case in Canada. It is the duty, like Alberta has done, of stepping in and protecting vulnerable people from this medical crime. Ideally, that happens province by province. Even, I don't know, I don't know if Health Canada, or maybe somebody on this panel can tell me if Health Canada or what national, if there is a federal body that can, like in England, they did the CAS report, so the NHS investigated for 4 years. Does anyone on the panel know if there's a body that can do that in Canada?
No, but I can stir the pot in other ways.
Okay.
Okay. So I agree with everything that you said up there, but I want to just introduce an element of uncertainty. Let's put it this way. If there is, let's put the gender thing aside for a moment, because we all have a fiction about that this is wrong. But if we think about some other kind of potential treatment, let's say you have a Jehovah's Witness child that's injured in an automobile accident and needs a blood transfusion to live. And the child who is conscious says, no, I don't want one. And the father says no, and the mother says no. Are we saying that the government should say, no, it's in the child's best interest that you give the blood transfusion and you must do so? That is not correct. That means that you are giving the government the power to dictate to the parents and the child, who all want the same thing, what's going to happen to the child's body. That's not okay. So if you take a not yet a transgender child, a child of, I don't know, let's say 15, and they come to the hospital with the mother and the father, and together the three of them say, we want to do this. Are we saying that the state should now exercise the judgment on behalf of the parents and the child to say, we're not going to let you do that? I'm uncomfortable with it myself, but it does challenge our views that we would express in other situations, that the decision makers for the child are the parents and the child, first and foremost.
Awesome. So Leighton wants to chime in here. So, and yeah.
Okay. Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say a child says, I want my leg chopped off. And the parents say, yes, my child should be an amputee because they have an innate amputee identity and it's their true self. Can the parent should the parents be able to make that decision?
Well, I would be appalled at that result. But my question back to you is, if not, then what is the principle upon which we distinguish that situation from the situation where, for example, the parent and the child don't want to get vaccinated, and the state says, well, that's not a good idea? Well, what's the principle involved?
This freedom stuff's very tricky, huh?
Okay, can we take it from the individual to medical regulation, though?
No, let's not go there.
Okay.
Give me. I want to know who makes the call on behalf of the child. Is it the parents first and foremost, or the state?
Well, here's a question. What do you guys think? Is it the parents that should be the ultimate authority, or is it the state should have some role in that?
But let's say, but hold on.
Okay,
I agree with you, but let's say the parent are the ones that say, we want the child to have her leg cut off.
So we're going to put this on pause for a moment. Thank you, Bruce.
Well,
Sean, if you want to.
But I think the point that Bruce is making is you always have to be on sound principles, because the reality is there's going to be bad decisions made. There are going to be bad decisions made. So we're going to face situations going, that's a tragedy, that was stupid. But if we want to then go, that shouldn't be allowed. Because the reality is throughout history, the biggest maimer, the biggest torturer, the biggest killer is always when power is concentrated in the hands of decision makers. So I side totally with Bruce on this one, because really what's happening is we're saying, well, yes, but what about this hypothetical? What about that? Well, the answer is it's tragic, but it's far less tragic than what happens than when we let the state be the decider.
Excellent.
Can I just say one more thing?
Sure.
All right, I just want to ask though, because if we're looking at the field in general, and you've got the field of gender medicine completely ignoring the stacks and stacks of evidence that this is not ethical, this is harmful, is there not a place for the government to step in and just say, you have to look at the evidence. You can't ignore the evidence. Is there room for that?
That'll backfire on you if you're dealing with a different subject where the science has been controlled by the state, right? If you follow the science, now you're appealing to authority, and authority will determine what the science is, right? So you have to stay away from the idea that the state has the last word.
I think though you've got to go a layer deeper, okay? And where we get in the weeds is when we start talking about transgenderism surgeries for minors versus adults. We have to, this is called fundamental truths. And the reality is there's no such thing as a transgender person. That's simply not true. That is a lie. Okay? That is a lie. Okay? So if that's a lie, and we know it's a lie, just like we know it's a lie that somebody's better off with only one leg. Okay, so deciding whether or not it's government or a doctor, or whatever, we have to make these decisions based upon a dedication to truth, foundational truth. If transgenderism is a lie, then it's wrong not just for kids; it's wrong for everyone. Sure, it is.
No, it's a value judgment.
No, that's where,
So can I
folks,
step
this is
in?
where Bruce and I get in the weeds.
I'm going to let
No.
And this is
Sean-
where liberalism, starts to.
Yeah,
So-
I'm going to let Sean get the
Implode.
last word on this one, and I'm going
Okay,
to move on to
so,
the
'cause
question.
I think
But
again,
just so you can all see, here you have a panel of people who all align very much on the majority of things, right? We're all moving, I think, in the same direction on the majority of ideas, but it's complex, right?
But-
And there's going to be disagreement, but see how respectful the conversation can be in search of the truth. All right, all yours, Sean.
Okay, so I think the problem is again, we're conflating, because when you say, oh, but there is no transgenderism, that's always wrong. Okay, well, let's say we accept that as valid. Let's say we don't want children to be subjected to that. It still doesn't lead us to the state having a say over the final say on medical decisions, which leads us into bad places. Then the question is, well, how do we protect a child from a bad decision? Well, couldn't that be charging the parents criminally for failing to provide necessities of life, which hasn't taken the parents' right to make the decision away, which doesn't put us in the danger of the state saying you must be vaccinated, or you must do this, you must do that. I mean, sometimes we knee jerk because of something bad that happens, instead of stepping back and saying, well, okay, if we really have this problem in enough of a way that we need to react as a society, then what's the best way of solving this problem without creating a better problem? And my answer to Leighton would be, obviously comes up to mind, failing to provide necessities of life type thing. But if we ever abandon, because I'm so with Bruce on this, if we ever allow the state to have the control, we know historically that that's when bad things happen. But that's different than just saying, okay, we have a problem, how do we best deal with this problem?
Last word.
And I'm going to invite you all to watch the Levine show, as I have them both on, to continue this conversation. But I do want to add one more thing to Bruce, because I paid very close attention to what he said. You did agree with the commandment, thou shalt not steal, could be law. So thou shalt not steal the innocence of a child.
We're not going there, folks. We're leaving it right there. We have gone a little over our time, but I want everybody we've seen where there's some disagreement, but I want everybody to just give a quick little, 15-second. We'll start up here with Mia. The highlight for her for today.
honestly, what just happened, I love having disagreements that are respectful. It's so rare. Like normally when I'm on panels, everyone agrees. We just disagreement. Nobody walked off stage.
I'll
Nobody
kick him
got-
for you later.
Well, yeah, well, I'm saving my anger for the bar later, but that was wonderful to me. I love that. Civil disagreement.
Yeah. I agree with that. I just think it's a joy to be here with all of you and getting a chance to interact with people and also being part of such a great panel, such a great group. And I think I just feel very blessed to be here. So thank you very much.
I think the highlight for me is to see my children enjoying themselves in the interaction that people had with them. I really love my children and I love to give them experiences like this. As a homeschooler, this is exactly how we educate them. And oh, and there they are right there. And I was very proud that there was a lineup around the building for people to come and have a say in democracy in Alberta.
What I take away from this is that diversity is about diversity of opinion. And today, what I really am grateful for is that I recognize quite a few people that showed up today. And that means a lot to me because it's really important for us to show up for each other in person, not just online, behind a screen, you know, writing X posts. It's really important to be here in person. So thank you for taking the time today. It really means a lot. This is where we have community.
I've enjoyed listening to the speakers as much as probably everybody else in the room. I've taken lots of notes. Just a real big honor to have been invited. And thank you for a great day, Jason and Paula and everybody else involved.
So wars happen in phases and waves, and usually when we're in an information war, and usually the one side is caught off guard, and is totally rolled over. Like my favorite is the Korean War. I mean, literally, they looked behind them and said, "Oh yeah, that is the ocean at our backs," before they held the line and started pushing back. And so the first wave of resistance were those voices that were privileged this morning in the opening. People standing up and saying, "Wait a second, I disagree," and "Wait a second, this," and "Wait a second," but we've all kind of been exhausted. But that exhaustion's ending and that fear is ending, and now it's the second wave. So this group will carry on, but other people are now going to rise up, and the narrative is going to start changing, and we're going to start having discussion. And I felt that today, that there's 2026 is a new year. And now, there's more optimism, despite of what's going on. And remember I said, you're designed here to be here at this moment, in these experiences. And I'm just feeling very optimistic by the atmosphere today.
For me, it's a real pleasure to be able to share a stage with these people. I respect all of them tremendously. But I also want to say I really liked the spider.
You might just find one in your bed if you keep this up. Jack?
Well, I think the thing that struck me the most is just thinking about that I spent more than half my life in Alberta and the other half in Ontario and Great Britain. And I was thinking that today the discussion that I heard, I have not seen in Ontario. But I hope that at some point we could have people that you'd have a wider variety of, let's say, differences in people that would be able to sit down and talk, just like we had towards the end, be able to talk about the issues in a rational way without getting politicized right away. And that would be, to me, that would be great if Canada could move in that direction.
Thank you. Yeah, I certainly wanted to stir the pot a little bit. I did want to leave it to the end in case I had to intervene, you know. But we've spent the day talking about truths, and I think it's become very clear, if we've been all paying attention, that the crisis is not one of disagreement, is how we get past that. And I think how we get past that is in the conversation, and it's in getting to some sense of clarity. And I don't think it's necessarily, you know, everybody thinking that they have to be right. Again, we have to have the uncomfortable conversations, I think, to get to where the real meat of the issue actually lies. I don't think none of that belongs to government. One of the things I did want to get to today was what, you know, people thought the role of government was, but I don't think the role of government, it's not the role of experts even, or of the courts. It belongs to you, the parent, you, the citizen, us as a community to decide. So I want you to give this amazing round of speakers an incredible round of applause, please. And I just personally want to thank all of you, and I want to thank all of you for your participation, your attention, and thank you all for coming out today, because it's
Still have one speaker.
Oh, sorry. Yes. There is one more speaker, Teresa, so don't run away. So, yes. So I'm going to turn things back over to Benita, and you got it from here.
So here's what's going to happen. I know one of you is going to win that amazing draw, but before we can do the draw, we're going to rearrange our presenters and take the most amazing photo. So the ones in the middle get to stay right where you're at. The two on each end get to stand behind. And we're going to do an amazing photo in just moments. My authorized photographer is here. My other authorized photographer is here. But first, you're going to be looking at this camera and ignoring this one. This is my authorized photographer. So we're going to do a quick photo. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, we'll get that right away. Sorry. Okay, so we'll do one or two quick photos. Everybody say cheese. Okay, freedom. Cheese, perfect. Okay,
You guys are welcome to take
Rose, stand up on. Can you stand? Thank you.
You're all authorized.
All right. Okay. Now you're all authorized, but we're looking at Rose.
Please do like, share, subscribe.
Like, share, subscribe. Okay. So they're all taking photos now. Perfect. Okay. And now we have Jason Levine's children delivering gifts to each of our presenters today. So can you give a round of applause for Jacob and JJ? And they have gifts for all our presenters. It's okay, JJ, you can take 2 trips, but whatever you like. So this is Jacob and JJ, and they support Jason in his endeavors. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Good. And in a few moments, we're going to do the draw. So thank you to everybody who bought a ticket, because we have an amazing gift bag for you that has books from today and more. So one of you is going to win. So when the moment's right, I'm going to get Jacob and JJ to help me with this. Okay, can somebody give me a drum roll, please? Figure out a drum roll. Can we have a drum roll, please? Okay, is that 1 ticket or 2? It is 1 ticket. Okay, so Jacob picked the ticket and JJ's going to read the number. Get your green tickets out.
213501.
All right, 213501. Do we have a winner? Becky got it? Okay. And then now Teresa?
Yep.
Okay. So we have one more presenter, ladies and gentlemen, with a closing message. And this message is about action. We end today not with abstraction, but action. And our final presenter is Teresa Buckley. Teresa has worked across Canada, documenting realities many prefer not to see. I especially admire her work with the National Citizens Inquiry. And she closes the event today with a focus on community leadership, discernment, and how foundational truths are lived and not just debated. Please welcome Teresa Buckley.
Hello, my name is Teresa Buckley, and I survived the past 5 years. I spend most of my waking day trying to figure out creative ways to wake people up. My husband and I volunteered with the National Citizens Inquiry for about 3 years full time. And during that time, we traveled across Canada and we listened and we learned. And thanks to the commissioners, we received the recommendations. After we were done, the first of hearings and consecutive hearings after that, we would be constantly confronted by people asking, well, that's nice, but what good has it done? What good did it do? And they were right. It was hard to accept. I mean, I knew in my heart what it was that I heard and what it is that I saw. You know, you can see the vaccine injury through the pores. You can see the change in the color of their eye. And they were right. What good did it do? And that was really hard to accept. So in March, Sean and I felt as if we had been released to move on to do something else from the NCI, and we decided to resign. And Sean carried forward with the NHPPA, the Natural Health Product Protection Association. And it came on his heart that he needed to bring the Charter of Health Freedom, which had collected over 153,000 hand signatures over the course of 10 years, to Parliament. And he had found an MP that actually listened, who was prepared to do this. And he had asked me if I was interested in actually participating and helping him. And you see, I'm a fusser. I fuss on everything. And I ruminate and I go like this. It's really hard for me to make a decision. But I decided that I was going to do it. But I was then faced again with, how do we communicate this? How do we get out of the echo chamber? How do I make sure that that same question doesn't come back again? So while I was making the decision to help Sean, and I never actually signed any form, just by the way, I'm still waiting for my, volunteer form. So when I woke up in the middle of the night, and a really good friend upstairs woke me up. And he said, stop fussing. It's not that complicated to get the message out. You just complicate it. He said, you just need to tell people to tell people. It's grade 10 math and exponential growth. But you have to instruct someone to tell someone else. You see, it's no longer allowed for us to stay in our little safe circles, myself included, because I volunteered for 3 years behind the scenes because I was too scared to come forward. Even though I would hear these stories from these ladies that were so brave and hurting so much, and they came forward, I didn't have the guts. The key is telling people to tell people. The instruction has to go forward. We can no longer share the information with our safe little circles. Take the little information at the booth, read it, share it with our safe people who will not criticize us, and then take that paper, throw it in the recycle bin, and say, now I'm smarter. He told me those days are done. It's over. When we traveled across Canada, I can tell you, city to city to city, meeting to meeting to meeting, Canadians are suffering. Albertans are suffering. And they're waking up. It's our responsibility to take that warm, comfortable sweater called fear off. And you extend yourself to that person that you normally would never speak to. And if you're too scared to speak to your family member, don't worry about it. Pray for intercessors and then just talk to the lady at the grocery store. I promise you, they're ready. They're ready to hear it. The question is, are we ready to share it? We have a lot of information here. Like, I mean, these people like so smart, right? This isn't me. Like, this is just like amazing. But I can tell people and then instruct them to tell someone else. And you don't know what to say or what subject to talk on, it doesn't matter. Spend a quiet 5 minutes, pray, and he'll give you the answer. Because they're coming at us with 1,000 cuts. So 1,000 of us can cut back. And I promise you, the people are ready. They're ready to hear. And one last thing, you have to know what he told me to tell you. Every single one of you are now on notice. And that's uncomfortable. And that's a fundamental truth. So on behalf of Jason Levine and his lovely wife, Paula, I would like to thank you for attending. Now go tell people to tell people. Thank you.
Yeah. When they're dark, it's a little tough going down.
Yeah.
Well, you know.